Did your mom go to Walmart? Okay. Can you go ahead and finish washing the dishes? Okay. Tell Jana not to worry about it. Oh crap. Ooh. Okay, my music ended. Took longer than I thought. Boop. Hey. Did not think I would be away from the keyboard that long. Oh, why is it so hard? Get down. Oop. Liberty, you there? Can you hear me? Oh god, that's loud. Maybe it's not loud enough. I don't know. My nose is itchy. What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. Who knows? Liberty. Dead air, dead air. Gotta fill the dead air. You know what? I think I need to change this image. So I'll figure that out later. Okay. Close this. Close this. Can open this. That's fine. Yield Chatterino. Nobody can hear me. Oh, whatever. All right. Oh, let me make sure. It's all good. Kitty, calm down. Of course, my nose is still itchy. Oh. Crazy cats. Okay, is it? Oh, that's right. Whoops, wrong one. How about now? Nope, of course not. Okay. Cool. 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 Okay, that didn't work. Hey, I had the poops. I did too. Oh, there we go. Oh, thank you. Also, I was gonna ask. I was like, I haven't had one of those milkshakes in a while, and that seemed really good. Can you do me a favor? I left my cup of water on top of the water fountain. Can you bring it to me? Yeah. Thank you. I'm a dum dum. Yeah. Hmm? Oh, gotcha. Whoops. I guess I can make myself smaller. I'm not that important. Oh, where's? Hmm. I knew it was missing. Aha. Wonder where they went. Okay. That should do. Oh, wait, actually. No. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What the heck? Oh, now I just need to undo that. Oops. This is annoying. I really need to move that. Of course. Of course. See, that doesn't make sense. Well, oh well. Oh well, that's fine for today. All right, that's good enough. All right. To the game.
Eyes open. I'm going to pay for that!
Still kind of blurry. But I can't. My GPU can't handle too much more on the graphics side, unfortunately. I don't have enough money to upgrade. But if you want to donate, feel free. Bettering my experience is bettering your experience. Think of it as an investment. Yeah, sure, why not? Hmm. Nope. Got him! What are you looking at in here? Good old reading materials. Okay, you need to get out of my way, dummy. Out of the way. Come on. Out of the way. Get out of the way, thank you.
The terrormorph is loose! I repeat, the terrormorph is loose! Do not engage! If you can reach... Oh, man! That was the best! Classic United Colonies. Put something in a cage until it kills you. One more time!
What's this? Yeah, blah blah blah. No, I'm okay actually. Ugh. Oh, that's gross. Why does he so loud? Oh, whoops.
What I wouldn't give for a crack at some of that Varun stealth stick. I know myself.
Oh, hey, Sogan. Can you open up my stream? Set it somewhere.
Whoa, something's out there. Everywhere. Then the day.
Does it sound
Wasted time.
wonky?
No. Right in there.
I am aiming for your center of mass.
Weird.
I believe we are no longer alone.
Really, what gave you that idea? Freaking genius over here.
It is a shame exploration requires so much bloodshed.
Oh,
What? They were right there. There you are. You lose.
I doubt the enemy will return.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where'd they go? Come out, wherever you are. Found you. Let's end it.
of course.
Got it.
I have 3 of these. Hmm. Alright, thanks, game. It's good to know, I guess. Hmm. Alright, hazmat suit it is, I guess. Oh, that makes sense. I'm stupid. Oh, hello, Mikhail Meme. Hello, average Joe Biden. No. Don't confuse me with that genocidal maniac. I miss being POTUS. If speaking from the perspective of Joe Biden, I probably don't remember being the president, so there's that. But today's a game day. I mean, I'll still talk politics stuff, but that's definitely not going to be the focus. It was just a joke. Oh yeah, I know. I was trying to be funny as well. Sorry for what? What are you apologizing for? Crazy? I don't have anything to be sorry for. No, I'm confused. Do I play GTA? I do not play GTA. I played it when it came out, but I don't play online.
Listen up. We got someone trying to jump our school. Hold them off here while Brogan sets up on the roof. I'm on it.
Why
No
not?
one's getting
Online, it's
through.
very fun. I mean, I think it's one of those beauty is in the eyes of the beholder kind of thing. I'm not really a fan of online multiplayer gaming. I used to, but not anymore. I just like to play games at my own pace. I get that. Yeah. I mean, it's some people like it, some people don't. I used to play Call of Duty all the time. Um, uh, like when I was probably up until I was about maybe 31, 32. And it just was not fun anymore. It was just like overnight. But who are your favorite, Franklin, Michael, or Trevor? Uh, entertainment value? Definitely Trevor.
Give it up, and I'll go easy on you. Here.
Where's my gun?
Over here.
Gun isn't making noise. I wonder if it's the gun or my sound.
Not worth it.
Like, he was kind of annoying as a character, but he definitely had a lot of entertainment value. It's like 50% of his character was just focused on doing something crazy to force the plot. It's like you really couldn't find a more reasonable way of advancing the plot. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. The actor Trevor has played the character Simon from Walking Dead, so it makes sense. Simon. Oh man, I don't remember that character. Talk about like the original Walking Dead series, right? The one that ended a few years ago. Simon, who was Simon? There's been so many freaking characters on The Walking Dead. There's I'm not a Walking Dead guy. The only thing I know is the actor who played Trevor is also in The Walking Dead. Okay, that's fair. I don't even think I know any of the actors' names in Walking Dead. Like I know a lot of the characters' names, not all of them, but whatever. I don't have enough brain space for that. I know I can always get on if I need to. I get on like IMDb and find out. No reason to use up valuable brain space. I already am short on that to begin with. Why were you debating one guy yesterday? The whole so it wasn't supposed to be a debate. It was supposed to be like a 1 hour like interview conversation, but the first like couple of questions I asked, like he's a professor at the university I attend. I think he just started uh instructing there last semester for one of my courses, foreign policy actually. So I thought it'd be good to have like a conversation about what's going on, and it got like within like the first 30 minutes, like it was I don't know, it just seemed like there was like a severe miscommunication uh regarding the questions I was asking. And I was just getting confused. I was like, how are you not understanding what I'm saying? So it it turned into a debate, and it wasn't supposed to be. That was completely accident. It was uh it organically devolved. No, they're just and then just like there were a bunch of positions that were just like baffling to me that he had, like one thing that like really threw me for a loop was when he said I was being propagandized by false information on TikTok. And I'm like, dude, the Israeli military has killed at least 73,000 people, and you're telling me that those dead children were fake? Like, sorry, bud. Like, you're the one that's being propagandized by, the US media, corporate media ecosystem. Like the same one that's been playing on repeat for the last, 30, 40 years. I think because I was a student of his last semester, I think in his like subconscious he couldn't get it seemed like it was hard for him to get past the idea that I wasn't just a student, you know what I mean? Like I'm a 40-something-year-old dude retired from the military who just happened to be going back to school to get my degree, Like I've got over 20 more additional years of life experience over a typical college student. I don't think like my worldview's been refined by a lot more information than an 18 to 22-year-old that's gone straight from high school to college. I think there was like it kind of felt like there was an implicit bias towards my opinions. You know what I mean? Oh, that's what it felt like on my side. And like, oh, man, there was another position that like completely baffled me. 'Cause, like, what I don't understand is, I mean, most of it was a conversation, but in the parts where it turned into a debate was mostly on the Israel-Palestine stuff. Because like, it just felt like he harbored so much animosity towards the Palestinians, And I'm like, why? Why is there so much? It's like he begrudgingly admitted that Israel's committing a genocide, but he refused to acknowledge that Israel's been conducting an apartheid and occupation for decades. Like he's like, how come Palestinians they always refuse the deal. They refuse the deal and they go back to shooting rockets. I'm like, dude, they're under no obligation to accept the deal. Like Israel's the one that's taking their shit. Like they have the obligation to get it back. They give it back. Like why the animosity towards the Palestinians, the one who, according to international law, have the right to resist. Like why is there no animosity towards the UN, the Western powers, for forcing the Palestinians out of their homes during the Nakba? Like, why is there no animosity towards the UN for in Europe for not allowing the Holocaust survivors to go back to their homes in Eastern Europe? Like, I don't. There's so many other places that deserve that animosity, and it's not the Palestinians. So, yeah, there was just a lot of stubbornness. But I don't know. And like, while while he has grown up or lived his life in the U.S., although he was in the military, so he was in other countries. But I was raised around various uh, uh, like Arab cultures. Like Saudi Arabians, Libyans, Egyptians, Palestinians, right? Um, like you name it. I grew so I had like so like while most Americans in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, while they were watching three news channels, and maybe CNN and Fox, I had already had like over a decade of additional information from overseas news sources that was not that Americans didn't really care to pay attention to,
It's
so
loose. The terramorph is loose. We can't stop.
I don't know. But anyway, that's why it was an 8-hour long debate. It wasn't the intention. I definitely didn't want it to be. But even if I could influence his position, even if I could just get him to think, to reassess his position regarding this issue, even a little bit, then I think it's worth it. It's not likely because once people get that old, they're pretty stubborn. But I don't know. I'm always going to try. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
I'm detecting a safe nearby. We could make use of whatever is inside, provided you had some digipics and a disregard for personal property rights.
Thanks, robot. Why do my guns make no sound? What the heck? So weird. You served in the military? Yeah, I was in the army for 10 years. I joined in 2012 when I was 30. I was medically retired in 2022 at the rank of staff sergeant. So yeah, I was in the army for 10 years. Well, that was long. Were you part of any wars? So, technically, yes, but not really. So, there was, when I joined, the U.S. was still engaged in Iraq and Afghanistan. Um, the the job that I signed up for was satellite communications. I didn't sign up for infantry, artillery, or anything like that. So, I was stationed overseas twice for 2 total years. Um, not back to back. But I was on like a I was on a larger base that was in Kuwait, and I basically just was in an air conditioned room and watched lights blink. I wasn't near any combat or anything like that. So yeah, I did join when the U.S. was still involved in wars, but I wasn't anywhere near combat. Stupid robot gotta be so freaking loud. Clunk, clunk, clunk. I'm trying to sneak here. I'm supposed to do that. Oh. Oh, those. Okay, I get it. They're supposed to be like the Fallout bobbleheads. That's right. Oh, nice. Oh, an epic pistol, huh? Oh, wow, it's got better accuracy? Huh. Nice.
kidding me? The Frontier has a new captain? We don't have a problem with Barrett. We want that ship. Oh, no. You see, that constellation keeps treasure hidden in the cargo.
That statement is partially correct. The Frontier, but the only things held
Vasco?
in
Why?
the cargo
Keep your mouth
bays
shut.
are spare parts.
I don't care what kind of lies Barrett program. You're not talking us out of this score.
Well? Oh. 3 turns to get 4 points.
They aren't? No. You willing to give up the ship? Can't believe this. There isn't any Get out of here. Take your robot and your...
We should now be free to travel to Constellation's headquarters without Crimson Fleet interference.
I kind of want to kill him anyway. Whatever. Not necessary.
Captain Eric. To reach the lodge, we must jump to the planet Jennison in the Alpha Centauri system, and then land in the city of New Atlantis.
Maybe I don't want
Don't
to.
worry, this will all become second nature before too long.
Boo. Nice. That helps. Wow, 10 years. Much respect, man. Thanks. It was, honestly, the hardest part was dealing with people's bullshit. It wasn't even the job itself. Like, it wasn't the military aspect. But then again, I didn't see combat, so I had it a lot easier than a lot of other people in the military, so... it just honestly just kind of felt... It just kind of felt like a regular tech job where I had to do ET in the morning. You know what I mean? To be honest. But I appreciate the respect. Do you know anything about the Winter War between Finland and the Soviet Union? Was that a specific event outside of the World War II? Because I mean, even if honestly I don't, I'll just I don't even know why I'm asking. I really don't. I'm not too familiar with Soviet Union history. Damn it. Oh. No worries, but my great-grandfather served in the military in that war. That's just a 14, 16-year-old and survived. That's the... So yeah, he deserves respect. Not me. I sat in an air-conditioned building and spent most of my workday on freaking like social media, to be if I'm being honest, like browse the internet, but sometimes doing homework for my online courses, but should read about the Winter War between the Soviet Union and Finland. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I can see you link about on Discord. Yeah. Go ahead and share it and share the link in Discord. Absolutely. That's the place to do it. Okay, I'll look for a source in the emulator. Alright, cool. I'm sure there's plenty of information about it on the Wikipedia, right?
Starship Frontier, this is United Colony Security. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned. Scan complete. No contraband detected. You're cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
Hey,
Bosco.
breaking my concentration here.
No Barrett? Let me guess. Protocol Indigo again? And he's our new captain. My crew can take a look at your ship.
My ship need repairs? I don't think it does.
The Trade Authority runs a vending. Besides that, I would try to viewport. They'll be on your left once you get. Okay, no problem.
I don't have 25,000 credits, do I?
Everything looks good. Need some
Nope,
work done?
nope, shut up, shut up. I didn't think so. I only got 10,000. Ugh. Never gonna wear this. I got 2 of them. What the hell? Do you want to read a lot about it or just some of it? I mean, I guess probably just a summary, but as long as the important details are covered, that's what matters, I guess. I'm more what really interests me about international conflicts is like the interconnected geopolitical aspects of it. You know what I mean? Like, what was it about their political environment that led to the conflict. Like that's the kind of stuff that really interests me, not the conflict itself. You know what I mean? I always hate these part of the games where, like, in the beginning, you're just always constantly talking to people.
Research facility will not go unanswered. We'll get you settled into your new assignments as soon as possible. For you, Bobby, that includes meeting your new foster parent.
My parents aren't dead. They just took a different shuttle. I'll see
Sure
you when
thing,
I
Bobby.
get-
Parents are dead.
Oh,
Stuck's a stuck,
well,
dude.
Of
Whatever.
course, that's sure possible. We'll just.
Helena Chambers, ID SSCOM 1327 HCHA. I was the station administrator. I'll need to report to MAST ASAP for a full debrief.
Sure thing,
My
Karen.
treatment thus far has
I
been
mean, Helena.
entirely unacceptable.
Any authority
She
you
even has
had
a hair-
was
she- they
forfeit
even
the moment
gave her
House
a
Varun
Karen
zealots
haircut.
breached
Look
the
at that.
station's perimeter, and you failed to initiate proper evacuation protocols. Thank you for your service. We'll find you a new position commensurate with your experience. And Mr. Bosch, let me just say how honored I am to meet you. By all accounts, you're the only reason anyone made it out of there alive.
Well, just glad I still remembered my flight basics. It had been a while. So was shooting a gun.
I read all about New Atlantis. So cool! Is it true the Nat train goes 5,000 miles an hour? Or that citizens get special discounts?
Bobby's over here being
Or do
freaking
the whole city celebrates
bipolar,
when it's your birthday?
being
Mine's
going
June
from a
11th, by the
complete
way. My
jackass
parents
to
took me
like
to
a
Aquila
normal,
City last year. It kinda smelled.
curious
But I don't
child in a
smell
matter
anything
of
here.
30 seconds.
No, yes, no, and I will certainly mark June 11th on my calendar. As for Aquila City, well, the air purifiers here in New Atlantis are state-of-the-art.
Oh, can you guys stop talking?
Aquila City? Oh, don't even get me started on those simpletons.
Little unfair, don't you think? Freestar Rangers helped me out quite a bit a couple years back. Got ambushed by spacers near Narion. They assisted, no questions asked. Even helped with some repairs so I could do an emergency jump home. Good people.
In any event, you all must be exhausted.
Blah, blah.
Just give me a moment to coordinate some details with security.
I might take a nap.
She can't do this to me.
Midstream, I'll take a
If
nap.
you'll excuse me.
The well's been having brownouts all the
What?
time.
No, just
Fast
go away.
cleaning since
Guess you
it's
co-
out there.
Spacers, how's...
Changed.
What happened to the early days? Well now, you don't know. I'm right here with so much possibility. Yep, Pirates are a tricky lot. Keep your cool. Stumble upon them. Ricardo Bosch. It was
Ricardo.
business as usual
Ricardo.
until those house... Even the Marines were overwhelmed.
Alright, send it to you on
Honestly,
Discord.
I'm just lucky to have
Send
made
you
it
on
out of there
Discord.
in
Awesome,
one
thanks.
piece. Now... Really? They're a different beast than spacers, though. Not what? Faction. About 100 years. We eventually made peace. You meet those Goodbye.
I've never been in a battle before. Ever. At first, I thought it was ecliptic mercenaries shooting at us, but it wasn't. Yeah, it was like, snakes and serpents will eat you all! Rah, the stars
tired
will
of these
squeeze you!
motherfucking
Or something
snakes.
like that.
On this
I think they need
motherfucking
psychiatric
spaceship.
help.
Ow. Back itches. Gotta scratch my back. Scratch my back.
When it comes to ecliptic, I know everything. It's not like it's a secret. They're mercenaries,
Oh, my back's
so
so
they work
itchy.
for money. And it's like, for enough money, they'll do anything. I've heard a couple of SSNN stories about them. My dad says they're horrible. Like they can pretend they're working for someone and it's official, so they do anything they want. Is that really inappropriate? Anyway, I'm fine now. I hope my parents...
Parents are dead, Bobby. Parents are dead.
Hello.
Can we just exit that? Thank you.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep having a good one. Okay, you're out there a lot, right? In space? Just do us all a favor and never turn into one of those space.
Oh, why is it so hot in here?
Well, hello. You hear about the job You did, huh? Gotta admit, I was against the sign at first. But here you are. Can't argue with effect. But we're not. Long.
I definitely didn't see a sign.
Well, first thing... It sure counts for something. I mean, you're a lot? Well, your first assignment couldn't be easier. There was a package left at a dead drop, and they need UC... Aegis? While we're separate, we do Agent Plato this favor. You know, headquarters... Well, as for why, you can... Let me know if you have any questions.
No, Solus, I'm really rather busy.
And they're busy.
Something to report? Keep your nose clean. Last thing I want is to charge you for a DP in A and B, B and E, or heaven forbid in MS.
MS? Murder-suicide? Huh. I don't remember it being that kind of a game.
Not used to people coming up to me. The suit. Ouch. 2 minutes into the... Well, outside heroic individuals like yourself. Retired, actually. From too many lives to count. I spend a lot of time in the fringes these days. You'd think it was things like civilizations and factions that cause people to want to shoot each other. Well, you're on to... Of course. That's... Wait a second. I think I'm in danger of... I'm sure we'll see.
Good to see you.
No space.
Good to see you again. Can I get you something?
I'll come back to it later.
Yes? What?
Hey there! You look like the planet-hopping type. Got any room on your ship for someone like me? Plenty. I'm comfortable on a ship, especially in the gunner seat. I'm also a trained expert with shotgun. Aye aye, Captain.
18,000? What?
You're short on... I'm sorry, but... Look, Yeah, I've heard it. Well, the last thing I want... Thanks! I think...
Have you ever met Jarrett B. IRL? No, I have not. He's, I think he's ignoring me now. I was explaining to him, why the Democratic Party here in the U.S. acts as a controlled opposition. So they're basically controlled by the same groups that spend money to promote like the Trump and the rest of the MAGA party. And like half of the Democrats get financial assistance from those same groups. And they always seem to vote in Congress. That's like they'll have like 5 or 6 Democrats that vote with the Republicans to give it just enough votes for something stupid to pass, like in the some stupid vote in the Senate to pass. And it happens consistently. Oh, what's up? Okay. And this is one of those things where, like, again, I was getting frustrated because, like, I presented the evidence, like I shared the links, I showed, like, for example, one of the most recent claims I made was that the Democratic Party, not individual Democrats themselves, because there's a lot that are against, campaign finance from corporations, but the party itself, the fundraising organization, I kept telling him, I was like, no, the party and the party leaders like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, the leaders in the Senate, Democratic Party leaders in the Senate, they would rather have a Republican win, and they would rather the U.S. keep falling further into fascism than have a progressive win. And the reason is because a progressive would hurt their financial interests. It would hurt the party's financial interests, and it would hurt the donors' financial interests. But even if the U.S. keeps slowly creeping forward into fascism, they still get to keep their profits. So they literally don't care about the people. And I presented a lot of evidence of this, like votes where, like there was a War Powers resolution that failed by 1 vote, I think. It was 1 vote, and it was a Democrat that was the 1 vote difference. Then there was a Defense Authorization Act that passed the House of Representatives by it passed by 4 votes, but there were 3 no votes. So what that means is they made sure that they had 4 additional votes. So if those other 3 decided to vote no, they would still have enough. Like, there's multiple instances of this, and they've spent over these corporations and foreign interest groups have spent over $50 million in 1 Senate race in Michigan. And it's not even against the Republican Democrat. It's 2 Democrats that are against each other for the primary, for the candidate, right? So they're wasting all this money to try to beat another Democrat because he's a progressive, instead of letting these 2 Democrats, run their race and then spending the money to beat the Republican. Like, that to me is evidence enough. Like that alone, that they spend so much money against another Democrat when they should be using it to beat the Republican in the general election. And Jarrett was like, he's like, I don't know, I just don't see the evidence. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is the evidence. He's like, yeah, but he's like, I don't see any evidence where the party leadership is telling people to do this. I'm like, you're never going to hear that. Like, I was like, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries refused to endorse Zoran Mamdani even after he had won the Democratic primary. And then after he won the Democratic primary, one of the other Democratic candidates, Andrew Cuomo, who was a sex pest and got a bunch of old people killed during COVID, like that guy was being endorsed by these same interest groups. Like he was getting millions of dollars to run as an independent, even though he lost the Democratic primary. And the two party leaders refused to endorse Mamdani. So, like, I don't know how much more evidence you need. Like, there's just so many instances of this, and I keep making like smart ass comments in the in his Discord about like, oh wow, because like my stream is always titled "What a Surprise," you know what I mean? Because it's like, I'm being sarcastic, and I keep when something like that comes up, I'll comment like, oh wow, they managed to looks like the Democratic Party pulled this off. Wow, what a coincidence, you know? Basically signaling that here's another piece of evidence to prove that what I'm trying to say is correct. And ever since then, Jarrett's basically been kind of ignoring my questions on his stream. Like he'll ask like one or two of my questions throughout the stream, but a lot of the other ones he'll just breeze on past now, whereas he used to bring them up a lot. So I don't think he's a fan of mine anymore. But I still think he's a good dude, but I think that he became politically active a lot earlier than I did, obviously, probably for most of his life, since his early 20s, I think he said. And he's always identified with the Democratic Party. So like being a part of the Democratic Party is like part of his identity. So the reason it's so hard for people like that to shift their position when it comes to a political party is because it would be like they would have to disavow a part of their identity, something that they identify themselves with for years. You know what I mean? So I understand why it's difficult, but it's just there's just so much cognitive dissonance that occurs when I'm presenting all these instances that show that I'm correct in my position. And they're like, no, I don't see the evidence. Like, what are you talking about? But anyway, yeah, that's it.
Thanks for giving me a chance.
Can I not assign her? Is she assigned? Crew. Where's the crew? Whoop. Okay, she's on. Awesome. So he doesn't really like you anymore? No. I'm not saying he doesn't like me. I'm just saying I think that he's sick of me always bringing up the fact that the Democratic Party is basically like MAGA light. You know, like the Democratic Party, like I'm talking about the institution, the establishment, like the leadership, not each individual. I have to always say this because it's not the members of the Democratic Party, they're not a monolith, you know what I mean? They widely vary. The ones I'm talking about is the actual institution itself, the organization that does the fundraising, the one that promotes and the one that promotes candidates and spends money to help their campaigns. So that's important. Like, I am perfectly okay with most of like the Democratic elected officials. It's just the ones that are like so pro-Israel that they consider people like they'll never criticize the ADL or Nick Fuentes, but they bitch about Hassan Piker, who's clearly not anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Like they attack progressives rather than the fascists. Those are the ones that I despise. Those are the ones that are supported by the Democratic Party, the institution. But no, I don't think he hates me. I just want to be clear. I don't think he doesn't like me. I think he's just sick of me always bringing up the fact that the Democratic Party acts as a what's the word I'm looking for? Controlled opposition. Like, he's probably sick of me always bringing that up. That's what I think. I don't think it's him not liking me, you know what I mean?
You picked a good day to drop by. Bartender's making them strong today.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, I should have noticed him first.
It seems like we have that. Personally, I'm here looking for work. Well, I'll be damned. What's your offer?
I don't have... Dang
Do I need a
it.
shower or something?
No, I don't have enough credits for you, dingus.
Hey, if you're looking for a weapons specialist, I could really use the work to pay off some...
Yeah, I guess he doesn't believe you, even if there's proof and data to what you present. Yeah, because like, it goes against the reason people do this. Like, this isn't unique to him.
Yeah,
but the reason people do this in general, and you see a lot of MAGA people do this, even when they're presented with evidence that goes against what they believe, they either they refuse to believe it, they'll make excuses, they'll be like, oh yeah, but that's just fake, like that's not real, it's not a valid source of information, or they'll just say, I don't care. You know what I mean? They'll do one of those two things, and that's because again, like I said, it's like it's part of their identity. It'd be like I'm trying to think, I guess it would be something like a person like changing their religion. You know what I mean? When people who are religious, it's part of their identity. So the odds of getting them to change their religion, it's pretty much impossible, you know? And it's kind of like that. So I don't think, again, the thing is like I believe I built up enough trust with, like, he's never said that he doesn't believe me. His reply is always something like, yeah, but that's not evidence. Like his claim is like, that doesn't prove anything. He's looking for like fingerprints and DNA and you know, undercover recordings. Like, that's what he wants. That's the only thing that would get him to consider shifting, and we're never going to get that. So he's basically created a goalpost.
Although I have attempted an analysis several times, I simply cannot quantify humans' addiction to
because that way,
caffeine.
The reason he's created that goalpost, whether he realizes this or not, is because since I'll never be able to reach that, he'll never have to shift his position. There will always be an excuse for why my position is incorrect, you know? But no, again, I don't think it's that he doesn't believe me.
This establishment.
I think
he
that
frequently buys chocolate here, though I have informed him repeatedly.
It's just extremely difficult to get people to shift their position on these kind of things.
Overweight.
And what's worse is like the more there's evidence, like there are studies, sociological studies, political science studies that show, and I keep doing this, but it's annoying, but there are studies that show the more you push somebody to change their position on something, the less likely they are to change. And that includes those studies show that even if you present
This is New
factual
Atlantis
evidence
Transit, or
supporting,
the NAT.
like,
It provides free
supporting
transportation
your
throughout the
claim,
city. We
and
can
it goes
take it
against their
directly
claim,
to the Vast District.
they're still less likely to shift their position. It's so crazy. Like, basically, people, they just entrench their ideas. So it takes a lot of patience.
Captain,
And it
Constellation will
takes
be waiting for you at the
various
lodge.
tactics, you know? And it's just something I don't have the patience for, you know? Like, I'm not going to expect someone to believe me outright if I'm making a claim that goes against what they already believe. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to expect that. But if I present evidence showing that I am correct, and the person still says, like, no, you're wrong, I'm like, okay, well, you know what? You do you then. Like, you're wrong. Here's the evidence showing you're wrong. You do whatever you want with that information. You know, that's kind of where I'm at. But no, I don't think Jared hates me. I don't think he doesn't believe me. I think it's just a psychological barrier that he has that most people have as well, regarding issues like this. You know what I mean? So there's no like, oh, I hate that guy for not listening to me. No, like, there's none of this. Oh, I think he's an idiot for not believing me because
pleasing. Or so Barrett has told me. New Atlantis relies on advanced hydroelectrics, for most of the lodge is here in the city.
No, like, there's none of...
The Freestar Collective and the UCO...
There's none of that, because I completely understand where his reluctance and stubbornness comes from. You know what I mean? And plus, he's still a... even though he might not agree with my position, he's still a, like, vote blue no matter who kind of guy. Like, he prefers a progressive candidate, but he'll still vote for the Democratic candidate because he knows that they're not fascist. So, in that sense, we're allies. You know what I mean?
Can't talk right now, sorry.
Yeah, there's no ill will in either direction. I think I'm just being annoying if I'm being honest. Like, I'm being annoying and he's like, ugh, this guy's annoying right now. You know what I mean?
Are you working toward that
It happens.
technological leap? Then let Ryujin Industries help you get there. Fill out an application today to become part of the most advanced technology corporation in the settled systems.
Please excuse me. I'm just... I don't have time for this. Wait. Huh. I can't believe they put...
Today's not my day, is it?
Then again, better than being dead.
Yeah, go. Criminal. Yeah, I relate that he doesn't want to believe you. I've been there. Yeah, the reason I don't hold any kind of grudge is because this is common. Like, he's not
I don't know why
he's not doing it just to be a douchebag. This is just a common
Wow.
what's the word I'm looking
You
for?
look completely different.
Oh my gosh. See, this is why I need to do gaming Sundays, because my brain's not working. It's just something that commonly occurs within people regarding these types of conversations. So, it is what it is.
As you can see, traffic is good. The sales keep climbing.
And they
Enjoy
are too.
terribly.
Every time I've come here, there's a line for coffee.
And the sales in the West.
Do you remember when I was talking with someone in Jared's stream about white people committing crimes? But then I saw the dad. That was me. I was having that day. I was having a really bad day, and you made the claim, and I was like, dude, that is absolutely not true. And you were like, show me the evidence, and I was like, dude, you can spend 10 to 15 minutes on Google, find a reliable source, a source that's easily verifiable, like a legitimate, unbiased news source. Like, you could do that. But instead, you had chosen to believe the narrative, the right-wing narrative regarding these crime statistics. And I was just like, I was pissed. I was like, because I don't understand why people don't take the time. They get these positions in their head. Like, oh, black people they commit so much more crime. Or whatever it happened to be that day. They do that without being like, let me check on that first. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I want people to do. When they get a piece of information, just verify it. Take a few minutes to verify it. Like, from a source that's not a right or left wing news source, Get the details from legitimate sources.
I'm glad I finally caught up. I'm from the Trackers Alliance. Good. The Trackers Alliance has been following your exploits, and there you'll meet with... Wonderful. I'll be heading out soon if it...
Just look at it. It took years to get it looking just like this.
Yeah, because I think that day, you weren't the only person that had done that. I don't remember who I was talking to, but I had to go through that issue earlier on in the day with someone else, where they had this right-wing position just based on, it was someone else I was talking to regarding immigration. Someone had said that immigration is a net negative on the United States in terms of finances. I was like, no, that's not true. They're a net positive because they don't use as many resources as they provide in the form of taxes. And I had already gone through that with someone earlier, where they had this position without taking the time to go through and look for evidence. It was just infuriating. It just gets so annoying to deal with every single day. Because at the end of the day, I know that there's on a macro, on a large scale, there's absolutely nothing that I can do on a large enough scale to create any significant difference against this against all this right-wing misinformation. You know what I mean? It's different here in Europe compared to America. Well, I mean, something else that you have to remember is even overseas, the crimes committed by immigrants, even overseas, they're more sensationalized. You know what I mean? It's kind of like there's a term for it. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a propaganda tactic where they focus on one issue and one issue repeatedly to make it seem like it's a larger issue.
That
For
impressive
example,
building is
shut up,
vast.
stupid robot,
The
shut up.
military,
So-
administrative, and scientific
No,
triumvirate.
shut up.
It stands as a
God, he's so
symbol
loud.
of the United
Okay, I
Colonies.
gotta quiet this guy. In 2020, there was a Black Lives Matter movement, a protest across the country here in the U.S. And there were a few instances where there was violence and looting. Now, Fox News kept playing the same like scenes of violence over and over again, like from these few locations. So because they talked about it 24/7 and they kept playing scenes of like flipped cars and broken gas station windows, right? A few millions of property damage. Oh wow, look, Liberty showed up. Here we go. So Liberty, here's something that you need to know. There's two things you need to know. I've presented evidence supporting my claims many times already. So I hope I just want to play games today, so I'm not going to take the time to dig through PDFs and evidence. However, what I will say, there's two things that you have to remember. First, less than 2%, or about 2%. Just to be sure I'm as accurate as possible, I will say somewhere between 2 to 5% of all Black Lives Matter protests and marches had incidents of violence or property damage. 2 to 5%. That's it. But because I remember you saying you're in the South. My guess is you got Fox News on every freaking TV in every like doctor's office. You got your Al-Qaedas in Walmart talking about all these black people raiding Target. So you're getting inundated with it constantly, or you were in 2020 when this was happening. So in your head, it seems like it's happening all the time. It didn't. Like, that is a fucking lie. Second, there's something called peripheral violence. Peripheral violence occurs when there is a non-violent resistance movement, like Black Lives Matter. It was a non-violent resistance movement when there are incidents of violence that occur during the protest but are not a part of the movement itself, if that makes sense. So if you get random people that show up that are not part of the movement itself and they start doing dumb shit, it's really easy for bad faith actors like Fox News to tie the violence in with the movement, instead of saying, oh, these douchebags just showed up and started causing problems. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not saying they showed up on purpose to make the movement look bad, because you have to remember, the mob mentality is a thing. You know, when their energy, you know, they get worked up, people do dumb shit, especially in large groups. I'm not saying the FBI came in and incited them to do dumb shit. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that in nonviolent resistance movements, peripheral violence is a common occurrence, even though it's not part of the movement itself. And the reason that these forms of peripheral violence is a problem, the reason nonviolent resistance movements avoid violent actions such as property damage or physical violence is because they know, as a movement, the organizers and the members, they know that it gives like police and the military a reason to be aggressive in their crackdowns. But then that's not what they want. Like, they want to be heard, they want to make a difference, they want to influence the decision makers within the government. So these nonviolent resistance movements, they do everything they can to avoid causing violence. But the oppressors, in this case police and the government, they will use this to crack down. And then supporters of the oppressors, like Fox News, will intentionally mischaracterize the movement with the violence that has nothing to do with the movement. So, like, you can take that, do whatever you want with it. So, I've actually studied this. do what you want with that information. You can either keep believing Fox News, keep taking everything that these fucking gravy seals say at face value and believing it right off the bat, or you can take the time, a little bit of time, and be like, you know what? Let me double check this. Like, let me dig a little deeper. You know? And I know that, like,
No,
a few
I'm not
million
feeling that
in
bad.
damage sounds like a lot,
We're seeing the doctor.
but that's because intent. And I'll keep in mind this is
I have that
intentional.
report that's due.
There's no context
I
added,
talked to your boss. She agreed.
and that's by design. When you realize
But a lot of
that
times,
there
the
were
earlier they catch
protests
something, the better it
in
is.
just about every single major city across the U.S., and there was only a few million in property damage. Obviously, the dead, people being killed because of it, is a problem. I don't know if your 40 dead is accurate. If you're getting that information from, like, word of mouth in the southern states or from Fox News, I don't believe it. I don't know what the total is, but I doubt it's 40. But then again, I could be wrong. Who knows? I just don't know. But financially speaking, when there was a large protest, anywhere from thousands to tens of thousands or more in just about every single major city, and there was millions in damage, that's really insignificant once you put it into context.
Veteran and author Hawa Mega has been climbing the charts. Meg Horizon is a fictionalized account of a Meg pilot whose
I need
dizzying
to head
career
over to the trade authority later. Unload some. You coming?
This is like another issue that really bugs me about the I mean, even freaking CNN does this, especially when it comes to Israel Palestine, because they're still cucked by Israel. It's really easy to pluck a stat and, without giving it any context, make it sound terrible. You know, Fox News loves to do this with crime, especially immigrant crime. They will take specific incidents, sensationalize them, and then make it seem like every single immigrant is capable of that terrible crime.
Definitely better than the last intercept.
When it's just not true. And they'll take a specific region, a specific city, and they'll say, oh, in this place there are X number of arrests. Like, these immigrants have committed X number of crimes. Like, okay, shitbag, like, what's the crime rate? What's the crime rate for these groups compared to US-born citizens? And you will find that the crime rate of immigrants, even the illegal ones, or I should say illegal, undocumented, because it is basically a fucking paperwork. It's a civil issue. Like, they just need to fill out the paperwork. You will find that the crime rate is lower among immigrants, residents and undocumented, than it is among US-born citizens. I would love to hear Fox News point that out on one of their shows, but they never will. I wonder why. Shit, you guys pissed me off. Look what you did. Look what you made me do. God damn it. Community challenge. No, we're not doing this today. I will, again, 2 days in a row. Congratulations, you guys made it to 8,000. That's awesome for a game vote. But for the last 2 days, I have been trying to get a game vote. And none of you motherfuckers show up. I'm sitting here in chat. I see people online. And I'm like, hey, are we going to do the vote? And no one responds. So I'm just sitting here talking to myself for a couple of hours. I'll tell you what. If I can get how many listeners? Oh, there's 4 listeners. 4 viewers. If I can get 4 viewers to type W in the chat, I will start a poll to pick a game to play. Since you guys did reach the goal. Freaking allergies, man. Oh, there's one. Gotta get to 4. Gotta get to 4. I bet I'm willing to bet Liberty dipped because I've kind of been a douchebag lately. Because I'm sick of having to freaking I'm not sick of I'm sick of always having to, not always, I'm sick of having to constantly go up against bad faith, misrepresented, inaccurate information, especially from right-wing, the right-wing media ecosystem. So, like,
Captain,
I'm done playing nice.
Will be waiting for you at the lodge.
So I've been kind of a douchebag lately. So I bet as soon as I started being a douchebag, Liberty's like, nope, I'm just gonna mute this asshole. I bet you that's what happened. Hey, welcome home. What time are they?
We may be in a United Colonies city, but Constellation is an entirely neutral entity, and always has been.
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. There's a couple people in here. It says I have 4 viewers.
Here we are, the lodge. The front door should unlock if you hold up the watch that Barrett gave you. I have messaged the other members of Constellation. They would... Captain Eric, everyone will be in the library, just inside.
Oh,
if Barrett were here,
one more thing I forgot to bring up that I didn't really have a chance to in Jarrett's chat when we were talking about the racial crime rate. Another factor that is never presented in these arguments when people are talking about black crime versus white crime is that black neighborhoods are significantly more heavily policed than white neighborhoods. And this is a fact. So, I mean, what do you expect is going to happen? You have a community that tends to be more struggling more financially, which any demographic group that's struggling financially is more susceptible to crime. It doesn't matter the race. It doesn't matter the country. poor people are more likely to commit crimes. This is a fact. So when you have an area that's already struggling more financially, statistically speaking, and you dump more police presence onto it, then they are going to catch more criminals. You know what I mean? I guarantee you, if you took a white, rich neighborhood and you put a few more police into that neighborhood, I bet you they would catch more people speeding. You know what I mean? This is it's like these little nuances that people don't consider before they just spit out these claims, you know? Like, just stop and think for a second. That's what I try to get people to do. And you might not like it. It might piss you off hearing it from me, but maybe, probably not, but maybe it'll piss some people off enough to where they'll actually check the information themselves, so they don't have to hear me talking like a douchebag. That's my hope. Spiced worms, gross. Down the hatch we go.
We appear to have a visitor.
Oh, thank God I got rid of that stupid
Constellation.
robot.
We have a lot to talk about. Would you care to tell us what happened to our friend? Why you're here and he isn't? I see. Vasco, verify.
All statements made have been factual.
This is just typical. Barrett hands over our ship and our robot to some random employee of that discount mining outfit he uses.
Oh, I'm not random, buddy.
Walter.
I'm the hero of this story.
And if we hadn't insisted on installing those emergency protocols, I guarantee you this rock breaker here would be halfway to Neon.
Ugh.
But that didn't happen. He's here with the artifact.
Thank you, Matteo. Now, let's focus on what's in front of us, shall we? What happened when it was extracted? Did anyone see anything? Hear anything? We think it's anyone else who pulls one out of the rock for the first time. Why? We're not sure yet. So if you wouldn't mind adding another data point. Interesting. Similar to Barrett's description of the experience, with less embellishment.
There. Are you hearing this? Do you all believe me now?
Whether it happened or not wasn't in doubt. But honestly, Country, if you expect us to believe in fairy tales...
If this is the greatest mystery in the universe, why couldn't it be part of the ultimate mystery?
But gentlemen, can we please focus? Noel, I think it's time we tested your theory.
Right. Let's see. We know the artifacts react to each other. The pieces we already have move when they're in close contact. Now, if we add this new one to the two we already have...
Is there any right-wing politician you agree with?
If you could place it on the table here.
There are some right-wing politicians that I agree with on specific issues. So, for example, the first one I can think of is in the House of Representatives, there is a Republican member of the House. His name is Thomas Massey. He was working to get the Epstein files released. You know, with all the evidence that shows, you know, who was diddling kids. I agree with him on that specific issue. There are some Republicans who are against the war in Iran. I agree with them on that specific issue. However, the overwhelming majority of Republicans are just completely, they're just complete Trump sycophants, and like I agree with nothing that they talk about. They're criminals, they're corrupt, they're sadistic. They like to see people suffer. They want to give tax breaks to the wealthy while imposing more taxes on the middle and lower classes. They don't want women to be able to vote. They don't want women to be able to have health care, reproductive health care. So they're just despicable human beings. You know what I mean? So yeah, to answer your question, there are a couple right-wing politicians that I agree with on a specific issue, and that's about it.
That's it. Just like the others. And to imagine, we thought there were only 2 of them at first.
Oh my god, that's it. They're reacting. Look at how it's coming together. That energy that's arcing between them, no manufactured material in the settled systems can do that. None of them. This proves that—
Easy, girl. Breathe. You'll have a heart attack.
She's not the only one. If they're coming together, that means there's a set.
Built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
Still 2,000 credits for our little wager, Godric?
You're on, Walter.
Well, if you had all the answers, it wouldn't be exciting, now would it?
Not to take away from the moment, but what are we going to do about our new friend here?
So, are you ready to get to work? See? You should take some time to get settled in. Introduce yourself. Come find me when you're ready. You and I. And here. I think you've... in addition to credits, why don't we set you up with a backpack with some boost?
Woo! Level up. That's why, so I think to expand on your question in my answer, when people ask me, am I a Democrat or am I a Republican? I ask them, ask me about a specific issue. Like, I refuse to answer that question. Do I vote for Democrats? Yes. However, I do not consider myself to be a Democrat, because I think the party, the institution, is captured by moneyed interest, foreign interest groups, corporate influence. It's just that their policy positions are more closely aligned with my own. If I could like run for office as an independent and have a legitimate chance of like winning, I would do it. But not only is it harder for a third-party candidate to get into the race, they have like higher requirements to actually get approved to run through the state or the district. But people typically don't vote for the third party because we have a winner-take-all electoral system. So what happens is all the third party does is peel away votes from one of the other 2 candidates, and it usually ends up screwing everyone over.
It's been quieter around here ever since Vladimir went to live on the Eye full time. That was intense, wasn't it? I guess a lot over... I'm Noelle. It's really nice to... Planning on sticking around? I think we can find a... Right. So you've seen the library, obviously. Walter's
I don't want to
quite
follow
proud
people.
of the collection, but
Just,
Mateo has made more than
this
a
is
few
the part I hate about these
contributions.
kind of games. Is
Gardens
sometimes you get
are
to
out the
parts where you're
doors
like,
there, if you need a moment of quiet
just drags.
contemplation. Emphasis on the quiet part,
You've got your
at
pen
least
ready,
usually.
Walter.
Let's head
Bills to
upstairs.
sign and all.
Sebastian Banks,
I
Constellation's
feel like I need a
founder,
nap.
had this
Man, I'm
place built
tired for
decades
some
ago.
reason. I've even had my
It was a big to do
caffeine.
at the time, but most people in the city have forgotten we're here.
These days.
Good thing you've got me around.
So this is the bar. Usually no tender, so help yourself, within reason, of course. Now let's see about that room. You're in luck. We were almost at max occupancy already, but there's still one room up for grabs. It's been nice having the place so full. Okay, this'll be you. Common room on one side, so that'll be quiet, and Mateo on the other side, so maybe a little less quiet. I'm sure Sarah has something planned for each of us, so I'd better get back to it. Don't want to keep her waiting too long. Enjoy!
Oops. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Why do I keep losing health?
been up to the eye recently?
Haven't gone up there recently. Is everything okay?
Oh, I just don't know how he does it. Up there all alone for so long.
Some people love that kind of space. Pun intended.
I hope you are satisfied with the quarters available to you.
We've always considered ourselves explorers, but this really is uncharted territory, isn't it?
Ask if you've got questions. Speak up if you have ideas. We're all here. Are you doing okay? You matter too. I'm Mateo, theological. I'm not gonna lie, I really wish I could have seen. Both you and Barrett saw some. Did it feel like it was trying to tell you something? I don't want to necessarily. That sure lines up with everything. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Second one was on Kazal. Buried, the same, but the first one, right under our noses. Can you imagine? Potentially. Well, there was. I had made a really incredible discovery, so I tried to steal it back. After a long talk, we realized we. Take care of yourself.
Well, still doesn't excuse it. My frustrations lie more with not fair of me to take. So, welcome aboard. By the way, in addition to a place to stay, the lodge has a wealth of... You can even fashion industrial pieces for large-scale projects. I'm a fan of self-reliance, so I... Me? Someone has to fund. I don't pretend that. As you've now seen. Funny thing about Stroud Eklund functions quite... For years, I finally decided. Up until very recently. But now, I don't suppose you have a history. Yes, I imagined as much. Barrett expressed something similar, in his own unique way. I'm no scientist. I leave that to the likes of Barrett and young Noel there. But I think we can all agree there's something unusual going on here. Frankly, this is the most exciting thing that's happened in years. We're most well known for... Unfortunately, I've tried to convince the United... Remember, you're representing all of us out there.
It is those who are deeply unserious and do not recognize the necessity for as broad of a movement as possible that will oppose fascism in this country that is growing, that I criticize no matter who they are. I mean, look, I just criticized a liberal Democrat who's actively coming after the entirety of the left flank. They don't make any distinction between you or I. Neither does the Republican Party. And the Republican Party doesn't even make a distinction between liberals and people on our side. Okay?
I guess we'll get some politics in today. I can't stop myself.
It's that simple.
It's like, I guess I'm just a masochist.
Democratic socialism and radicalism is simply a vessel to overthrow the U.S. of our country from within. The plan, as stated,
Freaking projection right there.
DSA's chapter,
Exactly what the right wing is already in the process of doing. Like, oh, these lefties are trying to take over the government. Like, shut the fuck up.
Courts, strip away all
Who's this?
powers from the White House and Supreme Court, and then boom. Democratic socialism / communism.
Boom.
Just, regular old, that'll be the end of America as we know it.
Fucking hate the right
Where
wing
is
so
this?
much.
There was someone talking about the point of wrecker. You're wrecking the DNC. You're wrecking the organization within the DNC. If you don't understand what we're trying to do here, and if you can't even comprehend why the Republicans are losing their goddamn minds over this, and why the center of power in the right wing of the Democratic Party is losing their goddamn minds, and they're cooperating with the fucking fascist right in this country, that's not our fault, okay? If this movement was unimpactful, if this movement was simply posturing from the outside, okay, and offering constant critique instead of trying to do something to make this change, then yes, this wouldn't be happening right now. Okay? I've been saying the same things for a decade now. Why am I getting constant round-the-clock coverage from Fox News? Okay? There have been moments that I've been featured on Fox News, but never to this degree. Why? Why is it that only now are many of the organs of propaganda on the mainstream right and the mainstream center right, from CNN, CBS, and Fox News, why are they coming after me as aggressively as they can? Because they're not coming after me, they're coming after all of us. Okay? I'm just a figurehead. Even if I don't choose that moniker myself, even if I disavow that, it doesn't matter. That's the way they're presenting it.
Damn it.
They're not talking about me when they say this stuff. They're talking about anyone that wants to progress in this country, anyone that wants to pull back the Overton window closer to the left, anyone that wants to fight for healthcare, anyone that is even capable or invested in criticizing Donald Trump. Okay? That is what they choose, what they want to destroy. That's their goal. And if you can't comprehend it, I don't know what to tell you. That is their goal, though. Their goal isn't to just like, section off different aspects of the left and offer a critical lens. Their goal is not to make the Democratic Party more competitive. You can't be stupid enough to believe that, right? Do you genuinely believe that? Do you think that these guys are actually invested in making the Democratic Party a strong Democratic Party by cutting off their left left movement, their left flank? The Republicans, you think the same Republicans that have been calling Nancy Pelosi a communist for the last 2 decades, all of a sudden now are making that distinction between Nancy Pelosi and people like myself? Where is that coming from, you think? You think Fox News cares about having a strong Democratic Party? Or do you think they're actively trying to foment discontent within the left by targeting the base, by picking, DSA, its platform? It's too radical. Someone like myself saying that I'm too radical, I'm too crazy.
Now, you can vote your way into socialism, but you can't vote your way out of it. Sounds extreme? Yeah, because it is.
Sounds like fascism. There's that projection again.
One of their core leaders, Hassan Piker, said America deserved 9/11. This in the 25th anniversary year of 9/11/01. And now, in his podcast, he proudly displays a trade newspaper. Take a look at this from 9/12/01, showing the Twin Towers on fire. Take a look.
Also, you might have noticed some changes behind me.
Yeah, people had newspapers from when Pearl Harbor was bombed. Like, what's the fucking difference?
9/11, the morning.
Jesus, they're so disingenuous.
The newspaper right there. The newspaper that covered 9/11. It's now officially sitting behind me, and I moved the North Korea poster.
Recently, the college Democrats invited Piker to speak at their annual convention. He showed up dressed like a Chinese dictator and delivered a hate-filled rant against all of his political enemies, including Israel, Donald Trump, and other Democrats. His speech was kind of insane, so insane that the University of Kansas Democrats, they actually got up and walked out, later condemning.
This didn't happen. But I like that they're making shit up. They are merging different groups that are not a part of this organization. They're saying like, oh, Kansas Democrats actually got mad. Oh, Young Democrats got mad. These are not the same organizations. But of course, Fox News lies about everything. They lie when ICE guns down another American citizen or someone with a legal permanent residency in the country. Why would you think that they're being honest in this moment, right? They lie about everything. So the question I have for like the dummies that still refuse to comprehend what's going on, they lie about everything. Why would they be truthful about this? They hate you. Even if you are a liberal, Even if you're a liberal Democrat, you're like, oh, I just want like moderate changes to take place at a reasonable pace. They make no distinction between
We're going to be doing some old-fashioned detective work. That means people can pass them around. I've been letting my contacts
there will come a
know
moment where you will have to pick a side.
308.
That incrementalism is not going to save you.
Oh, look who's live today.
It's
Yeah.
not going to save you at all.
It started out as being gaming, but I couldn't stay away from politics. So I'm probably going to stick around for like another hour or so. But I'm like super tired and I want to take a nap.
Well, wasn't just dressed like Chairman Mao for fun. He actually reveres one of, well,
I've eaten
history's
so much.
most evil and murderous dictators.
I kept waking up last night, so I'm like still tired and I just want to take a nap. Otherwise, I'd probably stream longer, but I think I'll get to about 4 hours and then call it a day.
Making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would and never will. Mao Zedong.
We have to assume that we're not the only. But most people aren't going into space looking for the unknown. An odd-looking rock or a single string.
The entire universe.
Felt the same way when I started too.
Wanna hear?
Electricity in the air when
Hear what?
you know you're about to uncover something. But it's not just that. I'm going to be sticking with you for this. We'll be traveling.
America.
Now, tens of millions of Chinese citizens.
It's true.
We'll need to head to Mast and listen. Every member
Post this clip too, Sean.
Good.
Why won't Sean Hannity have
take
me
a
on
little
to
stroll
discuss
through
this
New
stuff?
Atlantis,
He
shall
said
we?
he was supposed to, and instead
about
he
the food
chose
experience?
not to have me on.
I
and
mean,
talk
go
about
for
me
it.
instead. It's very interesting. What are you afraid of, Sean? We can discourse back and forth on this issue, whatever issue you want to talk about.
I had a protein shake for breakfast. That was my food experience. I'm sure yours was more exciting.
Dude, this is actually concerning. It's not fucking normal that Fox News is reporting on everything you say or do and portraying you as some scary villain. I swear to God, they want someone to harm you. They know what they're doing. Yes, they do. Chinese citizens don't have a problem with Mao. Why are they portraying it like he's feared and hated by the Chinese people? Yeah, well, for them,
Because
1.4
Republicans
billion
have a
Chinese
problem
people
with
actually
Mao.
are brainwashed or too terrified to say anything about Mao Zedong. That's
Desserts,
what it is.
cherry almond bread pudding, cherry crumble, chocolate mousse,
You can't
English
have a
cheesecake,
sober assessment of his
huge 1 pound
contributions
piece of
and
carrot cake.
also his
Jesus.
excesses at the same time, which is the Chinese government's position as well, ironically enough. And it's, you know, they're less critical than I am, you know, as far as the Cultural Revolution goes. But even they recognize the harms that took place, and so do I. But again, for these people, they don't want to have like a real assessment. They don't want to have a real tabulation. They don't want to look at the complex historical figure that was Mao Zedong. They simply want to say he is Chinese Hitler. And what's really interesting about that is whether you hate China, whether you actively want to foment hatred towards China or not, it doesn't matter. If you see China as a foreign adversary, you must still understand China. If you see China as another great power in the world that you want to cooperate with rather than constantly saber rattle against, you must still understand China. And that's what's really interesting about this.
Then I realized
So
my
I
tanks
listened to
run
the
away.
Ezra
It was
Klein
very reasonable too.
conversation that took place
Meal,
on my
fried
flight
green
back.
potatoes, wedge salad, pork
Okay.
belly. It was very
Where Ezra
reasonable.
Klein had the former
I
Prime
don't think
Minister of
eating that much
Australia,
food
Kevin
could be
Rudd on.
considered reasonable.
Kevin Rudd is probably one of the best China understanders in the Western world.
3
This
times
man
1
has
month, first time 4th of July weekend.
Studied contemporary Chinese.
Seems like it tastes
history,
good.
all the way from college, and then he has had a direct relationship with Xi Jinping as well at his time in the Australian Foreign Service, and then later on as an Australian diplomat, and also the 26th Prime Minister of Australia from 2007 to 2010. Like throughout, like he has personally experienced Xi Jinping's rise to power. He is personally a decent understanding.
300 with the tip. Jesus.
Of China. He was China maxing before anyone else was. Now, he's not the biggest fan of China by any means. However, unlike many of his counterparts, he recognizes that in order to develop even a critical understanding of China. In order to develop the best defenses against China, if that's your goal, you still have to understand China. You still have to understand Marxist-Leninism. You have to understand Xi Jinping's rise to power. No one in the Western world, many of the Western analysts actually fail.
That actually isn't too bad.
Which is why they constantly are.
I mean, that's a matter of perspective.
They constantly find themselves lost.
I would say it's freaking terrible when $300 could feed my family for almost a whole week.
It's unbelievably stupid. It's in a way, it's no different than what the right wing was saying about Mark Milley. When Mark Milley came out and was like, "Of course I've read Mao Zedong. Of course I've read, formative Marxist literature," and we continue to teach that to our officers. We continue to teach that to people who end up becoming generals. The reason for why we do that is because we must understand the enemy. We must study the enemy. If we choose to understand it, if we choose to fight back effectively. Okay? So my argument here in this circumstance, regardless of my difference in opinion with the likes of Kevin Rudd, right, who is arguably no fan of China, my argument for those who just simply go, "Oh, dude, you're a fucking silly radical, shut the fuck up."
I think you've gotten know by taste by now. We do not need that all the time.
No, you have to read. You have to
I
understand. Even if you hate China, you still have to understand China. Otherwise, you're going to be like, "How did they become
It's just like,
How did they
I don't know, like no matter how many times, like
3 decades. How did that happen?
I'm not living
You'll get
uncomfortably,
lost, and
but
I don't understand why.
I'm definitely
I have
like
studied
maybe
fascists. As
one
well.
or two
Doesn't mean I like fascism.
bad
but
financial months
I
away
have to
from
understand
like
it.
being
I
royally
understand
screwed.
where
you know?
these guys are coming from.
So it's just
that's
like
the reason why I watch Fox
hearing
News as
these
well. I'm
kinds
a
of
student
expenditures
the right as
always catch me by surprise.
And the reason for
It's
why
like
I
shit,
do this
like I
is because
keep
I
forgetting
need to
that there's
understand
people out
how
there
they galvanize the base,
that have the capability
how
of
they organize, what issues they organize around,
of affording
Okay?
these treats.
This kind of thought-terminating fake patriotism is
No time to
simply
chit-chat.
to delude your base.
You've been taking
to make
a
sure that your side
That's a fair
never
point.
even develops any understanding of how China became this modern
Well,
behemoth,
I'd
this
surrender,
titan,
I guess.
Okay,
I'd
It's
rather
very
not die
stupid.
today.
That's why you need to move
It's so stupid.
higher in
that I'm not
politics,
even-
be your next
I'm not
world
even
dark
saying you need
emperor.
to be a Marxist Leninist. I'm simply saying just read, please.
I mean, I'm trying.
And develop a better understanding.
I'm
Okay?
trying. It's like,
And ironically enough,
I don't-
this interview was pretty solid. I mean, all the way.
in
up,
order
but
for people
until
to
the end.
succeed,
Like, there's a lot of there's fear
like
mongering.
you have to have skill, you have to have motivation,
of course,
but in order
but
to like
I will stand by this.
get to
Kevin
those
Rudd,
top levels of
unlike any
success,
other
you
Western
have to
analyst,
have a
which
little bit of luck.
Is again low
And
bar
that
to
is
clear.
a
Kevin
extremely
Rudd
rare
understands
commodity in my
China.
life.
Okay, he disagrees, and he has plenty of critique. Some valid, some I think exaggerated, but he absolutely understands and takes seriously the way that the People's Republic of China
Sometimes when you say you're
formed.
screwed, I think you're being a
He
bit dramatic
talked,
because I truly think so
extensively
highly.
about dialectics.
No, dude, I have okay.
Dialectical materialism.
Let me put it to you
historical
this way.
materialism. He talked about Xi's rise to power. He talks about
I've submitted-
Marxist-Leninism. He talks
hold
about
on.
Leninism in general. He talks about the direction that Xi Jinping took the people.
I've submitted close to 100 resumes throughout various different organizations and government like local city and state government institutions since I graduated. So since May. Not a single reply. Not a single follow-up. Nothing. The only reply I got was from a volunteer position within my city for some kind of a housing committee for the city of Garland. That's it. But it's a volunteer position that meets like once a month for a couple of hours in the evening. No pay. And on top of that, the only financial income that we have in our home is my VA disability, which is about $2,200 a month. and my wife, she works and she gets about 500 a week. So we get about 4,000 a month. Our mortgage alone is 2,100. So we have less than $2,000 per month available for food, gas, electricity, um, like other bills. Like we have a couple of credit cards we have to make payments on. Um, our kids have braces. We're still making payments on their braces. um, just various little nickel and dime fees like that. You know what I mean? So even if we don't drive anywhere, even if we don't do anything for fun, like if we don't go to movies, if we don't like, even if we don't like order pizza, even if we just eat all of our meals at home, we're just about breaking even every single month in terms of our finances. Like I have over $2,000 in our checking account, but our mortgage is 2,100, and that's coming up in 5 days. So like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? So when I say that I'm close to being screwed, I'm not exaggerating. And this is how the majority of people in America are living. It's not just me. But yeah. Uh you have more influence than you're claiming. Um I'll admit I have once people are willing to listen and keep an open mind and uh take what I have to say seriously, because in terms of advice, I don't give it liberally, I guess. I don't just dish it out willy-nilly just to hear myself speak. Once the people within my sphere of influence actually take what I have to say seriously, then yeah, I think I can be a positive, significant influence. I agree with that. Um, but it's just people don't take me seriously. It's hard to get people to take me seriously, and I don't know why. I don't understand. I joke with my wife all the time where I'll say something and I'm like, what's it matter? No one listens to me anyway. You know what I mean? Um, it- it's just a it's just a trend. I don't understand it. Maybe it's the way I present it. Um, maybe it's the way I look. Maybe it's maybe my confidence comes across as arrogance, because I'm not going to make a claim unless I know that unless there's the unless I know that I'm either 100% accurate or significantly more accurate than any other claim that's available. I'm not dismissing it. Oh no, I'm not saying you're dismissing it. I have loans to pay off. Yes, I have loans to pay off. Um, so what I did is we actually had, and regarding loans and school loans, the interest rate on school loans is somewhere around 5%. So what I did is, in order to pay off some of the other credit cards that we had, I since I don't need school loans because of my GI Bill, I took out the school loans anyway, because the credit cards that we were paying off, and we're almost done. We have like one credit card left and we're done. The interest rate on those cards was anywhere between like 10 to 20%. You know what I mean? So it just made sense to shift the loan from a 10 to 20% interest rate to like a 5% interest rate, and then I can pay the school loan back once I finish school. You know. So yes, I do have loans from school, but I didn't take them out because of school. First time we met, you did give me too much grief. Yeah, see, I give people grief when they present a uh when people present a position to me without any like nuance, without any reasoning. You realize I'm stubborn, right? Well, you're just like most other people. You're not any different than most people. Typically, once people set their mind to something, on everything from politics to what kind of toothpaste they use, it's nearly impossible to get them to shift. You're not unique in that. But especially when it comes to politics or an issue that is heavily influenced by politics. When someone comes to me with a position because they heard it on Fox News and it matched what they already believed, and that's their reason for having that position, then yes, I'm going to give that. I'm not saying you did that, but I'm just giving an example of why I give people grief. Because it's like you have this brain. And when I say you, I mean general you, not you specifically, people. We have a brain. Every single person, to varying degrees, has the capacity to better analyze the information that they are being presented. Every person, even children. And when people don't, when people refuse to, because they want to be angry at immigrants, because they want to, because they think that they're going to be rich one day when they're living in a trailer park, like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? That's why I give people grief. I don't have any more patience for that. And even if people come to that conclusion because something they hear on media, whether it's cable media or social media, and they agree with it because it matches their position they have already, I'm not going to give that person grief if they're willing to listen to what I have to say. You know, I pay issues that don't affect no attention. Sorry, like my own little world. I pay issues that don't affect no attention. What the heck? Did you like Google translate that from Greek or something? Like what happened? That don't affect. Are you saying you don't pay attention to issues that don't affect you? Is that what you mean to say? Okay. Okay, gotcha. But even that position is inaccurate. Even issues that you think don't affect you, they might not directly affect you, but they will by degrees of separation, they'll still affect you. Screwed up phrasing. Yeah, I couldn't figure out what you were saying. And I'll give you an example. You personally might not care about immigration. You might not. But the reason it affects you is because the same politicians that are trying to arrest and imprison and deport every immigrant in the US, those same politicians are the ones that are trying to dismantle social services. Now, if I'm correct, I believe you mentioned something about that to me when we first started chatting. That there are social services that you rely on to maintain your lifestyle. So, even though immigration doesn't affect you, the fact that the same politicians that are trying to fuck over immigrants also want to fuck over your social services, it does affect you. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind. Again, do whatever you want with that information. So keep ignoring the immigration problem, but just know that if our elected officials are the ones that keep fucking over immigrants, keep getting elected, you're eventually going to start losing your social services, along with everyone else that relies on them. And we've actually already seen that with the big bullshit bill last summer that managed to get millions of people kicked off of Medicare, I think. Medicare or Medicaid, one of the other two. So there's that. Do with that what you will.
To chart a different path forward. Well, it's because the truth always prevails. There's nothing you can do if at the end of the day, if at the end of the day Iranian missiles are
Mostly my
striking U.S.
parents. Oh,
military bases and
I do,
killing
but we'll disagree
American
how it's
active duty
approached.
service members, there's not
See,
too much you
the
can do
issues I'm
about,
talking about,
changing
it doesn't
the
matter how
dynamic of
it's
that by
approached. It's a
yapping.
right versus
you
wrong
can't
thing.
out propagandize U.S. soldiers dying. Okay. And
what
why
I
did
mean by
talk about
that
all
is,
this? Because what's important is always to understand. What's always important.
You can look at what ICE is
even
doing,
if you want to have a tactical
and
advantage
that's
over
a
your
that's a
foreign
right or wrong
adversaries,
thing.
even if you disagree with me vehemently
Like,
on this issue, okay? You
people have to get past that
first. You still
first.
need to study. You
Is
still
what
need
ICE
to
is
internalize
what
and
ICE doing right
identify
or wrong?
How other people think.
If you think it's okay,
that's why I said
then
the Kevin
you can
Rudd
fuck off.
conversation was very good.
You're
in my
a sadistic
opinion,
asshole.
because he does.
If you don't
Kevin
think
Rudd
it's
and I
okay,
disagree on China
then we
or
can move to
China's place
step
around the
2
world. I
and be
don't
like,
think
okay,
it's as scary as
now
as,
that we agree that we
Rudd
don't want
presents it.
those
Obviously, he's a
politicians to
former
get
Prime Minister
elected,
of Australia. Of course, he has this
now
kind of
we can
attitude.
have a conversation
But at the end of the
about
day, he has
how the
at
issue
very
could be
least
addressed.
studied
But
contemporary
we cannot
and,
get to the second
ancient
part
Chinese history
without first
and
addressing
has a direct
the
and
first
personal
part.
involvement with the development
You know
of
what I mean?
the People's Republic of China, and he understands why China became this behemoth that it is.
The first is, I've read enough of Xi Jinping to conclude that he is a convinced Marxist dialectician. What do I mean by that? Because it's not a term that we bandy around at Starbucks much here in New York. But it's important we understand how the other person thinks. But more importantly, their methodology, their epistemology, the way in which they reach conclusions about
This
that
is
which
very
is
important. I agree.
real, that which is not, that which is true, and that which is false. But when a dialectician, which sounds like a horrible word, comes from Hegel, the German philosopher.
I mean, you're kind of right, but my parents take care of most things. No, like, I am right.
Of history, that there are two.
Like, it's not a matter of being kind of right. I am right. The same politicians that are sending immigrants into concentration camps
materialism is a worldview
are the same politicians that don't want you and anyone else to get social services.
Progressive forces and reactionary
It's the same ones.
Which they ultimately
Like,
describe as the
I
forces
am
of
right.
the
It's
working
not.
class
I'm
versus
not
the capitalist
kind of
class,
right
and
about that. I
ultimately
am
one
right
pushes hard
about that.
against the
So,
other, overturns the other,
if you
and creates a
care
new synthesis,
about
which ultimately
you
is a communist state.
and anyone
So
else who needs
that's
social
dialectical
services,
And
maintaining
Chinese Communist Party said
those
basically
social
that the
services,
inevitable historical engine
you should not be voting
the capitalist state to communism.
for the candidates that are trying to that are the candidates that are murdering
Xi
immigrants.
Jinping is rehabilitated as a term in China's political discourse.
So it doesn't bother me. I mean,
Struggle,
for my
struggle.
circumstance.
A term which largely disappeared during the Deng Xiaoping.
I'm just saying, man. Like I said, do whatever you want with that information.
To your listeners. This is a safe
Like,
space for
you and your parents
LGBT.
can keep voting for
This is serious.
Republicans,
They know what to expect. This is
but don't
seriously
be
turgid.
surprised
I had to
when
read this stuff. I
when you
wouldn't
start
recommend
getting
reading
shut
it
out of
unless
your
you've got
social
some deep
services.
insomnia.
Your
I
parents
think
will
the
probably be
relevant chapters in
fine.
my book, which will send
I'm
you
just
to
saying,
see.
don't be surprised
But
when you eventually get
historical
fucked
materialism
over.
is the parallel discipline which asks Marxist historians this question: where are we in this current historical moment, in the evolution of this inexorable struggle between progressive and reactionary forces, between working class and the capitalist class, between working class nation states and capitalist nation states, in producing this final resolution through struggle of an evolution towards a socialist and communist society. And where they say, through historical materialism, China has reached, is that they are now moving out of what they call the primitive stage or the primary stage of socialism into something higher than that, and that the role of the Chinese Communist Party under Xi's leadership is to further accelerate that.
This is, again, this is
I'm saying it won't
reductive.
bother me much because of the latter.
But ultimately, it is far above and beyond the average Western analyst.
I'm sure you
One
believe
must
that.
ask the question
So,
why this
like I said,
kind of
I
platform
mean,
is
keep
being given to this
keep
kind
doing
of
what you're
thought
doing.
in
Like I
this
said,
very moment by
you
even
can
the likes of
choose
Ezra
what to do with
Klein.
the information I'm giving you or not. I
The
can't
reason
tell
why
you.
this is
I can tell
the
you.
reason why this is happening.
I
is
can give
because
advice on
it's
what I
undeniable.
think
It's undeniable that China has a
the
greater
course of
presence
action
on the
should be.
global stage.
But whether you
It's
listen or not, that's
undeniable that
completely
their
up to you.
growth has given them tremendous economic leverage over the Western world, over the entire world, certainly over the United States of America. At some point, they even bring up the fact that China defeated Donald Trump and his tariffs
Wish
agenda.
that bartender at the Viewport.
I get what you're saying. I do.
You listen to.
I don't know what she
I
lost.
was probably one of the very few people that told you
I know you do
exactly what was
because
going to happen
I'm
with
pretty
liberation
sure I
of
made it
tariffs.
pretty crystal
I shouldn't
clear.
assume
Like,
relationship
there's no
with
animosity.
Carl.
Like,
You're just not the Carl
I'm
I
probably
was
sounding
waiting
like a
for.
jackass, but
We're supposed to be investigating
you know,
the power
at
drain
this
down
point
there.
regarding
People
this
have been
issue,
reporting brownouts for a
I've
while.
said all I could
and Matt's
possibly
finally
say.
decided to follow up on
I've
it.
done all I could possibly
I
do.
can't be in two places at once.
And at this point,
And
it's not
Carl
on me
isn't
anymore.
here.
You know,
So I'm just trying to look
but there's no
inconspicuous.
animosity.
And
I mean, I guess
also
there'd be
honest.
disappointment.
Okay.
You know,
That's
if you continue
If you were
maintaining
in
that,
here when Liberation Day was happening,
continue maintaining
what did I
that
tell you?
perspective.
I told you that
Yeah,
Liberation
of course I'd be
Day
disappointed.
and all these mass
I
tariffs.
feel like
that
I would
Donald
have
Trump is
failed,
trying
you
to
know, in my
position as he
messaging, but
forcibly,
no, actually I
tries to
wouldn't. No, because I
decouple the
made
rest
it
of the
clear.
world
I think I made a
from-
pretty
from
good
the
case.
grips of Chinese manufacturing. This design that we placed together, this design that we created for the international
since
market,
you're here and Carl
which we
isn't,
no longer
what I
want.
need is
So we're
very
just
technical.
basically trying to
The
wipe
first
the
box we're
board
looking
clean.
for is over near you.
because
I'm
of
not
our
going
now
into my personal details.
over-reliance
I did get some
on,
conclusions wrong, but
Chinese
I'll be fine. I know.
manufacturing.
I was just making generalizations.
Was
Like,
not going
you
to
didn't.
work. It was not
You
going to
didn't
work
really
in the
give me
short
anything
term.
besides
It was
surface
not
level
going to
info,
work
and that
in
was a
the
long
long
time
term.
ago.
And the reason
So
for
I was
that
trying to
is
make
because
the
China
best
has a monopoly on
generalizations
rare earth,
I
and the
possibly
procurement and refinement
could
of
based on the
rare earth
information I
minerals,
did retain.
critical minerals that are necessary for national defense and virtually everything else.
For their birthday. It'll be a gift for
If you
both
knew
of us.
that, as I did, you would recognize that
Yeah,
that
I
is
don't-
a massive point of leverage
Yeah, I'm not.
that China had
I'm not going to push you to
over the
go
United
into
States of
details.
America.
Like that's your own personal
Okay?
life. In no way would I
So a lot of these people that still
encourage
turn around
you
and say, "Oh,
to
Hassan, you don't
give
know what the fuck
more
you're talking about." Why were you wrong then?
information
Why was
than
I
you're
a
comfortable
stupid
with.
guy?
So
Why was I
I
right
respect
and
that.
you were wrong? How did that happen? Same thing goes for Chinese ghost cities. If you are so ideologically blinded by the notion
but I know I'll be fine.
that housing is simply a speculative asset and that no one could possibly build housing to shelter folks, no one could possibly build and build and build housing for
And,
any purpose
you know,
other than economic
that-
activity to show
that
the Western
level of
world,
confidence-
than to improve their GDP.
That
If
level
you
of
cannot
confidence that you
comprehend
have,
that China was simply building
that
housing with a
no matter what
long-term,
happens, you'll be fine.
Shelter
That
attitude
is
in
the
mind,
level of confidence that
then
I
yes,
believe
you
everybody
would
in
read
this
those
country should
articles about
have.
the ghost cities of China, and you would laugh.
That is
and you
what
would think to yourself, "Oh,
I
look
wanna
at
see
these
for
silly
everyone in
guys.
this
They're just
country,
trying to
to be
build
honest with
housing to make
Like,
it look like they have tremendous
I'm not gonna knock
economic
you for
activity
being
taking place in the countryside
in a comfortable position,
and not realize that there was
but
rapid urbanization.
I do get frustrated when
that was
people
taking place.
vote
There's
to
rapid
keep
development
everyone else
taking
from having that
place.
same comfortable position.
This
you
is
know
what
what
I mean when I say do not underestimate your opponent. If you consider China to be an
Like,
opponent, you
I don't
should
have the luxury
still
of sitting this
try
one
to
out, you
understand
know?
where they're coming from. Okay, where have you been? I've been looking for videos on if you were banned or something. I ChatGPT'd, I grokked it. They said you were planning stuff in Burnout. Wait, what? You ChatGPT'd why I was gone?
Yes, I believe you. I've changed my position on Republicans because since we've met, I've noticed the BS, and that's good. I mean, I'm glad I was able to make somewhat of a difference. Like that makes me happy to hear. Because like, I know that information that I'm presenting, it can be verified. Whether I verify it in the
Anyway, let's
moment
get back to
or
the Sean
the
Hannity,
listener verifies it
conversation.
in their own time
Actually
later
died
on.
under Mao. Many due to starvation. Many more died in political prison camps or at the barrel of a gun lined
So
up
I
against
know
the
that
wall.
once somebody
This is what
is like,
Democratic
once I get
radical
somebody to the
socialists wanna
point to
bring
where they're
to
like,
America.
let me
Now
check this
Jon
out for
Stewart,
myself,
he's all smiles, kicks,
then
and giggles,
that is it.
laughing
Like that's
to
my
meet
foot
up
in the
with
door.
New York City's communist mayor. Take
Now,
a
buddy,
look.
if you talk private, probably I'll discuss circumstance with you because I like you. I'll share your name first. No, it's all good, man.
You just sound like, well, what if I label myself something that scares people the most?
I'm
a Muslim Democratic Socialist.
I have to dedicate too much energy, outside of the stream towards dealing with my own personal life.
Okay, what happened to the
Like, I barely have time with the personal lives of my own brothers. You know what I mean? I don't even know what's going on in their personal lives, if you want me to be honest.
Populist economic movement. Apparently, Jon Stewart is thinking that the left doesn't actually support the radical policies stated in the DSA's own charter. Take a look.
We're in that same place now where all these new ideas, suddenly the Democrats are, these democratic socialists, they're crazy. And you're like, well, but that generally their crazy ideas aren't where the energy is. The energy isn't around like we shouldn't have prisons or borders. The energy is around a belief that their economic...
who's got a Laredo gun?
And when you call
Welcome
it
to
socialism, I
civilization,
think it's
cowboy.
a misnomer. Like, in the same way that
Just reveal you're in power. Dude, if I was in power already,
it's about strengthening
not
a
a
safety
single
net for
person
a
in this
country
country
that has suffered too
would
long,
be worried about medical debt.
overvaluing capital and money and
I
undervaluing
promise.
labor and work.
Now, the energy is about open borders, defund, dismantle, no bail laws, reimagine the police. But
He's such a lib. I mean, yes, they are. Americans are self-identifying liberals, okay? For the most part. This is something that we have to understand, okay? What do I
would
always
take-
say? In order to build a mass movement, which is
I would
what
take
socialism
the
is, you
billions
have to
and
speak
billions
to the
of
masses,
dollars in
you have to
subsidies that
speak
we
to the
give
struggles
to
of the masses, you have to
Tesla,
speak the language of the masses, and
SpaceX,
you have to go to where the masses are.
Amazon,
Okay?
Walmart.
That's it.
I'd be like, nope, mine now.
And after
And I would
almost a
use that.
century of
The first,
liberal
pay off the
monoculture,
medical debt
liberal
of every single
capitalist
person in this
dominance,
country.
Of course, a lot
And
of
then
people are
the rest of the
self-identifying
money,
liberals.
I would invest into constructing more hospitals and
And
getting
yes, someone
more
like Jon
doctors
Stewart is very
educated,
much a social
getting more
democrat, a
more
liberal
people
who
to
still finds
become
the
doctors,
moniker, the identifier of socialism to be
so that
far
we
too
can,
radical
you know,
or dangerous
clear up
or
this
whatever.
freaking medical
So these are baby
bottleneck that we
steps
have.
that they need to take, reformist
That's what I
baby
would do.
steps that I think a lot of orthodox Marxists consider to be dangerous.
I wish
because,
I was in power.
This is from their perspective.
And then once
this
I
is
got
like
that
the
stabilized,
Bernstein
then I'd start
revisionism
working on
that
people's
initially
college
destroyed,
education and then public
the
education.
international left, the socialist or the communist movements all around.
Ever
Western
been to
Europe.
Sidonia? My brother works there.
Okay.
Sarah Morgan! You know.
What they fail to recognize is that the situation has changed. Okay, industry is advanced. The same productive forces, the productive forces in the
None of those
West
rocks
do
you
not
spend
look the
time
same
digging up are
anymore.
going to keep you warm at night.
Okay,
I'm
so
just
our
looking
tactics
out.
have to
Hey there.
change as well,
Always
especially in a
nice.
country like the United States of America, where we have to penetrate collective consciousness.
Oh boy,
and
I didn't
we
mean
have
for you to
rip
take it
apart
personally. It's
the
just
previous setbacks,
something that's at a cost.
born out
Listen,
of essentially
you just
arrested
relax.
propaganda,
Make
born
yourself
out
comfortable.
of
You're
a
welcome to
necessity
stay
for
as long
capital
as you
to,
want.
to dominate the masses.
That work
to
for
make
you,
the
new
masses
guy?
forget
Let
that
me know if
they
there's
are
anything
a
I
part of the working class.
Sure thing. What?
This is the first step. It's not the last step. If it stops here, then that's a problem. Okay? We
You
do
know,
not
I
want
had
simple.
I'm usually all
modest
for letting
reforms.
folks
Okay,
speak
we
their-
want to
Anybody stuck
change
living in
the
the
entire
well.
system, but you have to understand.
Yep.
It's
I've
not
got some-
bad enough for people to,
You would love
come
it.
to
I get-
terms
I made a deal with them.
with
They never
their
showed up.
class position.
Security got
Contradictions worsen. Okay, contradictions
I
are,
submit it all. And really,
as bad as they
I
have
need to
ever
get
been
my-
in the last 50 to 60
I
years.
really
It's
do.
nowhere, but it's not as bad
Before
as
we
it was
say,
in the 20s.
I am in no way
right?
asking you to do
Technological
This is just one friend
advancements,
talk. And
the
if,
sedentary
hypothetically, you
element of social
surely
media
you're not
and all of the
seriously
treats that we can
considering this
consume
course of
that
action.
are at our disposal.
The last thing
These
we
are
need is
things
UC
that
security on
make
our
people
backs.
feel as though they their lives have materially improved, and in some respects they have, right? If you were to look back at the 60s, for example,
yeah, sure.
the luxury items
Right.
that we have, the
I can
average
wait the 18
worker,
months
and
until
the
they release
luxury
it.
items that they are capable of receiving, that they're
Stop
capable of
by
holding on
anytime
to,
you'd like to catch
are the exact opposite. Okay, now we look at housing as a luxury, but at the same time we can fly around the world, right? You can get a little bit of disposable income if you're lucky enough, if you've saved enough to go and fly anywhere around the world. You can have a massive TV. You can have a refrigerator in your house that's much nicer than the refrigerators that used to exist. If you look at the actual cost of a television in like the 70s and 80s, it was far higher than the average cost of a TV now. But at the same time, if you look at the price of housing, whether it be rent or whether it be housing that you can purchase, it was endlessly affordable in comparison to now. Take it one step further, go all the way back to, I don't know, the time when
Hey, can you hear me?
The time when kings
I think this is
existed. Like
working.
the
I only have a
average
general
worker
view
is
of
now
things,
capable
but you should be near the first junction box. Look for it mounted on the wall.
experiencing things that
When you
were
find it,
only
open it
readily
up and flip
available
the big
to
switch.
lords, kings, demigods. Okay? That is important to identify.
That's it. Great job.
It's
So
all
that tripped the secondary
topsy-turvy.
breaker, and that goes to...
It's
Oh,
flipped
wow,
on its
really?
head.
They wired it like that? Jeez, okay.
We can no longer
Next one
afford
is way down past Jake's. And maybe
housing,
a story or two?
but we can
It's a
afford
bit of a
all
hike.
of these
Sorry.
treats that genuinely improve our lives for sure. The price of commodities have gone down. Specifically, you know, things that would have been considered luxury items, luxury goods have become endlessly affordable. But things that are necessary for survival, things that are necessary for upward social mobility, healthcare, housing, and, you know, a college education. Those are the three things that have become endlessly unaffordable in the process. And depending on your perspective,
You should be near the next
those
junction
things are
box.
either inelastic
This section
goods
isn't used very much these
or
days,
inelastic,
so maybe a little harder to see.
like services that
That's the
have
one.
inelastic demand,
Next one's not too far. Dead end.
or
right
are
down from
necessary
Jake's.
for upward social
Right under that
mobility.
apartment they've been trying to sell. Good luck with that, right?
But as long as the price of groceries remains relatively cheap,
Ugh.
which, by the way, it's not. It's getting less and less affordable as time goes on. Okay. But as long as those commodities are relatively accessible, relatively
You should be near the
affordable,
next junction box.
the material conditions will not deteriorate to such a degree that you know, people are living through the roaring 20s again.
Another switch flipped, another lead to follow. And the lights in here just flickered too. The wiring is worse than I thought. I'm going to work on fixing that little issue while you find the next junction box. Looks like it's over near
They
the...
do want to replace capitalism with socialism,
the Trade
communism.
Authority.
And so far, 35
Okay,
DSA
just find that and,
candidates now have
maybe
won
don't talk to
primaries
anyone
all
about
across
it
the
just yet.
country ahead of a very important midterm come November. And none of these candidates have made a move to the center.
I'm not supposed to talk to
for these primaries. In fact, they're very honest about wanting to upend the American system. When someone tells you who they are and what they plan to do,
Fucking,
my advice is
I
you may
hate
want to
this
believe them.
freaking
Maybe you could just listen to President
Sean Hannity. They've been very honest about upending this. Motherfucker, that's what Donald Trump said.
And it always has been, and it always will be. And you know, they want to give everyone everything away. You want free rent, you want free house, you want to, what they don't say is that a year from now, there'll be absolute
I'm doing pretty good.
turmoil and death.
Just got a
And
job.
it's happened all the way. It goes back thousands of years by different names. But that's the way it happens all the time. It's squalor, it's poverty, it's death, it's destruction. That's why we declare again today that the
It's death and destruction, says the guy that's bombed like 9 countries in 2 years.
Like 20 years ago, laptops and rewiring things. I tried to fix it 3 years back and was crying by the second day. Gave up on the third. And anyway, there should be a serious secondary breakers you need to deal with before you can add us to the junction box. And I don't remember the order. The clever person will also circuits are powered down.
Right, so we're all those courageous Democrats who care about the Constitution, the rule of law, the American way of life. They seem to be few and far between. All right, thanks for watching.
No,
Check out
jackass,
the
those are the
podcast.
DSA candidates, not
yeah,
you.
I'm sorry, but we have seen the way that the Republicans operate. We have seen the way that the Republicans operate for the last decade, especially post Donald Trump. Republicans have always behaved this way. Donald Trump is just a logical conclusion of reactionary propaganda, reactionary politics in general. But the idea that like Democrats need to join hands with the Republicans to fight against their common enemy, communism, is insane. Okay? Any Democrat that leans into this shit has to be a cynical actor. They have to be. Because it's very clear that these people have no respect for the Constitution. They have no respect for improving people's lives. They have no interest in improving people's lives. They are genuinely using the last vestiges of this once powerful country to steal as much of the productive resources, the productive output, and your money as they possibly can to enrich themselves, the pedophilic Epstein class, and their close associates and their fail sons. Okay?
Hi, mister.
It's clear. It's clear that there is a plunder taking place right now. And it's clear for most people in the working class. It's even clear for the likes of... it's even clear for some in the Republican side. They still associate themselves with Trump and Trumpism because, you know, they've deployed too much. They've invested too much into this movement. So it's tough for them to see that this movement has failed them. But if there are liberals out there who think that this is going to be a beneficial allegiance and not one that ends up harming them in the long run, they're delusional.
Did I say thank you? There's
Stop
no way they could have done that
with
with no reason.
fascists.
Well, not everyone
They do
would.
not have your
Thanks
best
for your help.
interest
I
at
was
heart.
able to trace the
They
power
were
tree.
calling you
I
a
know.
pedophilic
Unfortunately,
communist vampire last
So
week. What
that's
makes
something
you
that
think
if you want that off, I certainly wouldn't.
it's unbelievable to me?
President Biden, Michael, lay it out there for us.
Like, this guy is a classic example of this, right? Establishment Democrats that are running to cooperate with fascists in order to attack their left flank.
Is blue MAGA?
Well, I have no idea. I mean, the article said it in the New York Times said it was sort of anything.
Oh, I hate that guy so much. I can't
anybody
explain
wants it
why.
to be. This
He's
is
just
the
like,
first
just
I've
so
heard it, actually,
smug.
Since I read the New York
Ah,
Times.
look at me. Everything I say is 100% correct.
What's that?
Look at me talking with fascist collaborators. That's what I call myself a liberal because I worked with Joe Biden.
Blue MAGA means you want to avoid illegal enters and imaginates like Graham Flatware or anybody who had a Nazi tattoo, or nominating Democrats with toxic positions like abolish ICE or defund the
Oh, you want to
police,
talk about toxic positions, guy?
banning
What about
private
the
healthcare
position
clinics.
that the healthcare industry is legally allowed to own every single step of the healthcare process? You want to talk about a toxic position? What about the fact that a freaking an AI can determine whether someone is granted chemo for their cancer treatment? Like, fuck you, guy.
Cooked. Excellent. Excellent take
This
from
was
that
pretty
guy.
low on
I don't
the
know who
list of
that
things
guy
I
is.
wanted to do today.
He has a beard. Different guy than me, but kind of agree. Kind of help.
So thanks to you, we've got Evan. I don't know
hear
if you
that
ever
and I
know.
think to myself,
I have
wow,
to
that
go.
guy is going places. That
Thanks.
guy is
I
correct.
can do the talking.
Obviously becoming the new ding on the party establishment. Folks like Nancy Pelosi who have spent their careers raising, I don't know, hundreds of millions of dollars for candidates.
Why is Fox News defending Nancy Pelosi's honor? Why is Fox News defending Nancy Pelosi's honor?
I thought Nancy Pelosi was a communist.
When have they done that?
That's what Fox News always said.
What do you call them? Coins. Yeah, I got coins.
A visit from Mass. Even in the well, the trade authority continues to flourish. Makes you sick, doesn't it?
I spoke out in
I'm Luisa Reyes.
when I was,
Well, you know that. Because I've been in here 3
sending
times.
some warning signals about President Biden's
Yes, of
challenges
course
and
you are.
his
And was it
vulnerabilities,
you were accusing me
and
of
just
with
even
absolutely
acknowledging
no
that
evidence?
problems existed within the
The power
polling.
drain is coming from your
And
building,
I
Zoe.
lost
You and I
friends,
both know it. And now I can prove it.
This guy bitching because people were complaining that Joe Biden was too old.
Trace the drain.
Like, dude, he
Check the
shouldn't run.
grid.
He's too old.
And let us hear.
Yeah,
That's
people were
why-
criticizing
that's
Joe
why you
Biden,
can't
and it
talk your
hurt
way
the
out of this.
Democratic
Fox News
chances
to
in
complain.
2020. Like, no,
I'm going to ask you to
dumbass.
wait here a moment.
Joe Biden and his inner circle choosing to run before dropping out at very late was the reason the Dems lost. So fuck you, guy. Oh, this guy is so. He just said slimy fucking snake.
Political science degree from Rutgers, but he knows nothing about government, politics, public policy, or anything.
Well, we appreciate you here, having you enjoy talking to you on the program. I want to ask you about this while we have you. New York Magazine reports, like it or not, Kamala Harris.
Is he saying that you were in support of
Okay,
Biden?
just be ready for anything.
I mean, I was.
I don't know if
was
she's
in
going to
support
come
of
at it.
Biden,
Don't worry.
reluctantly.
Whatever happens, I don't want this to turn out violent.
In 2019, if you go
Okay,
back far
you're
enough, you'll see. In 2019, while the primaries were just beginning, I said, if we elect Joe Biden is going
Ms.
to
Reyes, I apologize for not taking this
set
matter
back
more seriously.
any kind of progressive movement in this
assure
country.
you, I
He's
will
too old,
eagerly assist in getting
and
to the
everyone
bottom
can
of
see
this.
that he's too old, and he is going to be a one-term president.
You're not
It is a
weaseling out of
major
this.
mistake.
We got to the
But
bottom
once,
of it.
Past the
You
point
are
of
the bottom.
Super Tuesday, when it was very clear that Joe
I
Biden was going to
appreciate
be the
your
candidate,
enthusiasm
unfortunately,
for your
when the
work,
establishment
but
Democrats,
I do a little more research
the
before
establishment
casting
Democrats,
aspersions. Someone has indeed been using this location through
their
which to route
support behind
electrical
him.
power. It is not
Shouts out to
the
Barack
trade
Obama
authority.
for that.
I've had my
It was
suspicions
obvious
for
that
a
he
while,
was the
and I've been
he was
keeping
going to be the
detailed
winner.
notes, which I'm
Unfortunately, I
happy to
reluctantly
share with you.
lent my support
For now,
to Joe
though,
Biden. I did.
what do we do next?
I told my audience to plug their nose and vote for him.
Wait, what?
Okay.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Joe Biden won, and change didn't come. And people were even more frustrated. They saw negative real wage growth for a year and a half under the Biden administration. That was hugely frustrating. And the Biden administration was absolutely, utterly incapable of defending against the barrage of reactionary attacks, saying that Joe Biden was
The sooner you find the
opening
source.
up
I
the
presume you've been
floodgates of
assisting Ms.
migration from the third
Well,
world, all
clearly
this
there's.
stuff.
Why don't you continue?
One of
I'll
the few
coordinate
good
things
things
here
that
with
Biden
Ms.
did
Reyes.
was pull out of Afghanistan.
Presumably,
Everyone
you're the
endlessly
one who's been
critiqued him
doing.
for it. His reputation never recovered. There was a
This is not how I saw
uniparty
this going.
approach.
For the
different
moment,
time.
let's assume this is all legitimate.
And then
I
you know,
can sort out the
Biden's,
details with
crowning
Zoe.
achievement
So why
for
don't you go
his,
investigate the next junction
devastating
box?
two terms was, or devastating term, sorry, was the complete advancement of Israel's genocidal project and genocidal ambitions over Gaza.
That pilot exam's coming up.
And he will forever be remembered as the guy, as Genocide Joe. Yeah, this is back in 2020. I said, one truly wild thing that we haven't really talked about is Biden's stated interest in being a single-term president. Like, we're just going to throw away our incumbent advantage because Joe's going to be a vegetable by the end of his presidency. Truly incredible stuff. And at the time, the same centrist forces were yelling at me and saying, you're wrong. You're wrong. Because that was a false rumor. Turns out, it actually caused the Democrats to lose a tremendous amount of credibility amongst the base because they could see personally that Joe Biden's mental faculties had deteriorated.
This is what a lot of these corporate establishment, especially on Democrats, don't understand or refuse to accept, is that
and they lost
if
a lot
you
of trust.
do not, as a candidate, earn the credibility of the people that you're trying to get vote for you, you are going to lose.
Trying to figure out what's impacting them and how she can be of service to them. Right now, we need leaders that can take us in a different direction and bring us back together as a party. This from a longtime Democratic strategist who ran the DNC.
Bring us back together as a party. No, well, you can join us over here trying to give people health care instead of taking millions of dollars from United Healthcare.
People want to hear what she has to say. And the
I don't see why that's not an option.
That people want that new car smell, as Barack Obama once said. They're not going to give Kamala Harris a third at that.
I wish
there is
I
no
lived on a
appetite
spaceship.
for another Kamala Harris candidacy, and I hope that her consultants are only as good and they're only as useful to you if they tell you the truth.
Oh my God, I don't want to even hear this. Wait, there's more. Will Kane, former DSA member, reveals what the organization is really like. Oh my God, they got infiltrators. It's awesome. So most of the commentary is just like DSA is ruining the party. DSA is ruining the party. Hassan is ruining the party.
Yeah, they're ruining the party
danger,
by getting elected.
to
They're just pissed that the voters
I mean, now
prefer
that we got
DSA candidates
infiltrators,
over establishment candidates.
Former DSA,
so they just hate the
members
voters.
coming out and being like, "This is why I left the party. They got too radical after October 7." All this shit. Just know that there is a lot of motion in this movement. There's that one like.
Hello, is this functional? I insist that you provide updates for any suspicious activity. Is that clear?
And Zoe's here too, if you hadn't guessed.
Yeah, why I left the left, why I left the DSA.
Once you throw the
DSA's
switch,
bad.
we can direct you to the next junction box.
Growing pains, everybody. It was inevitable that we would get our moment in the spotlight, and of course, the lights are going to get too hot. And I hope people can learn from my valuable experience in this field.
You can't possibly be
I've had
serious.
the
Are you
spotlight
looking at the
trained
same
on me as
diagram
a
I am?
tank
47B
for,
is
a decade
obviously the
almost,
next
as-
one. It's on
as
the same
someone who
level.
has been propped up as the singular vestige, singular arbiter of all things left on the
Jetpack
internet.
damaged or
Now
something?
mainstream outlets are doing the same to DSA and myself as well. Okay? It's not necessarily a bad thing. Not a bad thing. This is a good thing. We just have to be more disciplined than ever before. We have to do away with sectarian infighting. Or even if we have constructive critique for one another and self-critique as well, we have to still remember what this movement represents. Yeah. Deets on DNC's latest challenges. DNC used to own building. DNC uses its own building as collateral for its biggest ever
Mess
off-year
with
loan in
me and I'll
2025.
serve you my
Per previously
famous
unreported
knuckle
docs, Ken Martin was the
sandwich.
subject of an HR
Scared,
inquiry after
aren't
throwing
ya?
a phone near an
I'm not
aide.
gonna
Yeah, no
be
wonder the
stuck in this
DSA is
place
making
for
such
long.
inroads right now. There
All
isn't
I
a
need
Democratic
is some
Party to
grease,
speak of.
and I'll turn
There
it
isn't.
into a break.
The
You'll
DNC
see.
has fallen asleep at the wheel, but this presents an opportunity for us.
It's a question we've been asking all week. What
You
does
have a nice day now.
future under democratic socialism look like? Well, my next guest spent years as a member
Oh,
of
let's
the
see how
DNC
New York
until
is doing under Mom
2022.
Donnie.
And he says the direction they're going in is, quote, utopian. Joining me now is a former DSA member, Jake Altman. Jake, that's an interesting...
So
That's a
Jake
call
Altman is
someone's power
Jake
kept
Altman been
going up.
dropping your name 3 months ago.
Going
Yeah, no, his whole what the fuck? El Sayed ally supports Hezbollah, defends pedophiles. What the fuck? Amir Makled lost the key union endorsement. I don't think he's talking about me. I think he's talking about Amir Makled. But even that is bullshit as well. But regardless, Jake Altman's entire point is I'm a former DSA guy and I hate the DSA. They're too radical. Okay.
word because I would imagine that's
I know you type.
considered a compliment.
The freewheeling
in DSA circles,
spaces.
a utopian vision
Must
of the
be
future.
nice.
Yeah, I think they probably think that, but the reality is very, very scary. At this point, a majority of the government
So
board
scary.
is controlled by people who are explicitly communist.
So, yeah,
That free childcare is, ooh, it should be its own Halloween movie.
Wait, hold
So
on.
scary.
Are you telling me
Tales
that
of
a
the free childcare
socialist organization that has the word socialist in its name
Lifelong employee of Mass knows what she's
has
talking about.
socialist
That
in
was
its
indeed the
leadership
correct
structure?
junction box. See that, Zoe? Yes,
Hold
yes, fine.
Guys,
Let's move on. Oh, please.
guys,
Okay,
what the
just
fuck
making
is
sure
going
you
on?
saw it. So, now
I'm
things get
confused.
interesting.
I'm scared.
I can't find the next spot on
I've
any
been
of
a
my current
lifelong
diagrams. I'm
Democratic
sure you can handle
Socialist of
whatever challenge
America
might be
member,
associated with reaching the box. You're
and
doing
this is
great.
causing me great
And
panic
I
and great
can
distress.
begrudgingly confirm that she's reading
A
them
socialist organization
We've
with
reached the conclusion
socialists?
that it must be somewhere on the surface,
What the
outside
hell
the
is
well.
going on?
Miss Reyes has suggested
What a
that
surprise.
this means
I think
it's somehow no longer her
I think this
responsibility.
isn't a bad thing. I think
I
this is a
frankly
good
don't
thing.
care. I want to find this
This is an
person.
important way for, you know, even more radical elements of the Democratic Socialists of America to get more mainstream recognition. They will try to do everything in their power to say this
here's
is
where I
radical, these guys are
begrudgingly agree with
radical.
Zoe.
This is an important
not
moment
technically
for
my
the
problem
DSA
at
left
this
and the
point,
DSA
but
right
I want
to
to see where
unite.
this trail leads.
Okay?
If you head topside,
It's
look
very
the
important.
diagrams will need
If
and contact
DSA
you.
right turns around and uses this as an opportunity, uses this kind of like sectarian infighting as an opportunity to gain even more power within the organization, they're silly and they're dumb and they should not do this. Okay, this is how you destroy a large, a larger big tent socialist movement. I don't think it'll happen regardless, because even the furthest right elements within the Democratic Socialists of America obviously were very critical of that one person who just came out of nowhere and was like, that one person on Twitter who was like, I joined DSA finally, and then a week later was like, I'm leaving DSA because the DSA needs to purge all of its tankies. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? The
Destiny
fuck?
fan.
The fuck do you mean? The fuck are you talking about? You can't just join an organization and immediately be like, we have to clean house. What? The hell are you talking about? I guess the trash cleaned itself out. The
You see
fuck?
that scientist out in front of mast, staring at trees? Sounds upset. Whatever it is. Can't be that bad, right?
Our vision, that would be pretty dystopian. Why does that come as a surprise to you, Jake? I mean, if you remember the DSA,
A word of
did you see
advice.
some midway
If-
point between democratic socialism and
Yeah, and the New York Times immediately.
As a male, if
put
you
the
get
heat
to be
on
that
DSA
bald,
as well.
like having that little bit of hair on the top of your head does not fool anybody.
Yeah, I saw this.
Just go
The
bald.
fact that Lefty Winter joined DSA 2 seconds ago and is already getting interviewed by the New York Times for an
It's
anti-DSA
not.
hit piece says everything we need to
You
know.
shouldn't be embarrassed to be going bald.
But I traded
Can't believe I'm doing an interview with a
But
former AOC legislator.
you shouldn't
with the
delude
New York
yourself
Times
into
because
thinking
because of how they
I
treated her.
guarantee
that having
traded
4
her
strands of hair on the top of your head is
Consider
going
that as you head
Very
towards the
well. The
residential
three of us
district.
talked
Need anyone
for
to
over
leave
an
here
hour
now.
about what DSA could be doing
but it's
instead, why we think
somewhere
DSA
over
should
there.
split. AOC for president, electoral politics, our stories in the 2024 DNC speech about AOC and the online response. We talked about the ultra left. Really happy how it went. Well, I don't know when the article will be out since he's trying to contact the AOC's folks and also other DSA folks who are on our side. We'll see. Plus, there's a DSA convention coming up that this reporter will be attending. It'll be interesting. Let me tell you something, okay? She's not a plant, she's just goofy. I mean, plant or not, this is wrecker behavior. Okay, this is what it is. The moment that you collaborate with a mainstream organ of propaganda in their hit piece against the Democratic Socialists of America is a moment where you become an op. You move on from useful idiot to opposition. That's just how it works. I've given plenty of interviews to the New York Times. I have interviews coming out with the Wall Street Journal, numerous other organizations, numerous other mainstream platforms, and you will never see me fucking shit on the Democratic Socialists of America.
Powering down that junction doesn't show any other connections. Clearly, the source
totally
must be
ridiculous.
inside that residential tower. Yeah, that would make sense. You know, I think I remember seeing a report about
The luxury liner, Opulence of the Stars, has been hijacked in the Nirvana system by a group calling themselves the Terran Armada.
Like people
The
using
following is a recording captured by our intrepid reporters on the scene.
The Democratic Socialists of America,
Warning,
or the long
what you are about to
experience
hear
they've had.
is
Like, there's
graphic
this
in
guy,
nature.
Altman, he was a part of DSA
Humans
for
of the
much longer
settled
time than this other
systems.
person, right? Like he just didn't like the
You've
direction
lost your
that DSA was going, which is
Scattered among the stars, fighting amongst
become a real
yourselves like
powerhouse
vermin.
within American politics. He didn't like that. He didn't like the organization was growing and becoming actually a successful organization. So he left, and now he tries to make a living off of shitting on left mobilization in this country.
communism that you hoped that they would land on?
When I joined 10 years ago, or more than 10 years ago at this point, when I joined, it was a cozy, they were advocating for Scandinavian social democracy, right? And then over a 10-year period, we saw the organization just...
Oh yeah, I was a social democrat, and I didn't like that democratic socialists were actually democratic socialists. Okay, got it. So much of the disagreements amongst the American left also revolve around American foreign policy. Anti-imperialism is unfortunately one of the biggest dividing lines within left movements. That's one of the biggest issues. And that extends to all manner of American exceptionalist thought, whether it be, what do we do about immigration? You know, these dirty third world masses are coming in to ruin the country. Like, that is an attitude that the right has, and that is a reactionary sentiment born out of white supremacist thought that maybe even some people within the ranks of socialists in the country also share some kind of like mutual resentment towards the masses that are coming from undeveloped countries, right? And the same goes for obviously principled anti-imperialist thought.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to call it a day here. I put 4 hours in. To those that are still listening, thank you. I think there's 4 people in here, something like that. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, 4 people. Cool. Maybe I got a decent average for this stream. Maybe should bump my monthly average a little bit. I'm trying to get to 3. I'm at like 1.7. So I need like 4 people to watch like my like an entire 4-hour stream, at least like 4 days, 4 out of the next 30 days. So we'll see. But that's it for me. I'm gonna go take a nap. And that should about do it. But gotta get some outro music going. And a recent addition to my stream is intro and outro music. Yeah. Like this electronic rock is what it's called. Fire truck. Oh no, I like how it sounds. But anyway, until next time. Thanks for joining. You're important and you matter.
Fire truck. fight.